Black.com. He's Alan Dove on Twitter. Thank you, Alan. See you next week.
Thank you. Take care.
Happy trails.
Stay safe.
You know, it would be really weird to go back to all audio.
Ah,
I've gotten used to looking at you guys.
You don't have to.
I don't want to do that.
We don't have to. I had always planned to one day make TWIV video, right? And I was always like, how can I convince those guys to do it? They're not going to want to be on video, blah. But the pandemic automatically did it. You guys are used to Zoom. You have no second thoughts about it. It's great. True. So it did it for me.
Have you ever considered just putting the video up and don't do anything to it? Just put it up.
What do you mean just put it up? I put it up. I do put it up.
Unedited.
No, I would never do that. I don't do that. I make it high quality, Dixon. I have production values. Do you know
some
what
of the
are?
outtakes are high quality?
No, I don't do a lot of editing.
It's true. I've learned how to mute my microphone.
In fact, that's actually something you have learned since the pandemic, to mute yourself, because Zoom makes it very easy. Right, Dixon?
Right, Vincent.
So no, so far this episode, there's nothing that I need. I would just cut the beginning off where we're jawing, you know, and I stick the music on, and then at the end, the only time I would edit it is if there's a big gap where no one says something for 10 seconds. I don't want that in there.
Has this made your life easier?
No, it's made more work for me.
Oh. Yeah, because you post now the audio and the video.
Yeah, I do both still. I mean, the audio still goes up, and then I do.
All right.
But the thing
maybe I'll wear a shirt next time now that I know people are watching.
Now, people have been watching for a few weeks now, and we have on YouTube, you know, these things get 10,000 downloads, which is not big in the YouTube verse, but ain't bad, you know, on top of the audio.
It's not bad at all.
But what I do record the audio separately, and so Zoom records the video, which is low quality. It's not great, but it's good enough. But their audio stinks. So I actually replaced the Zoom audio with my local recording here.
So you have to lip sync everything in there.
Yeah, and then Zoom drifts. It's got this weird drifting, right? So I have to go through and check your lips and move things around because periodically, although the Tony Fauci one yesterday had no drift whatsoever. I guess it's a government.
Even Zoom knew that.
Even
Get
Zoom.
your act together, Zoom.
Yeah. So I very much enjoy the video, and I think with guests, it's great. You know, you can see your guests there, and
we totally agree.
so it will keep going. And you know, I have to say again, it was a boon because I wasn't sure. Skype video was always wonky, you know, and I was not sure how it would work out. And I just imagine Kathy saying, "I don't want you to do video," but she loves it.
Right.
And I've heard from a lot of listeners who really love it too.
I like to watch this, but you know what the funny thing is, Dixon? You'll appreciate that. Yesterday when we recorded Daniel, he said, "I don't want to wear headphones anymore. I look too funny." Isn't that funny?
He looks perfect.
Yep. His sound was fine without headphones, but most of the time I want people to wear headphones because if you have the sound coming out of your computer, it's going to go into your mic and make an echo, and it's not nice.
Right.
So that's why all of you guys have it. Okay, here we go. Back to science. Sam writes, Hi all. It's a crisp 16C here in Nashville, Tennessee.
Uh-huh.
Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with Doooovid. Very happy to be here this evening. Got some guests. Be joining the show shortly. Looking forward to hearing all that's been going on. Over to you, Doooovid, for the introductions.
Hey, Jennifer. Yeah, good to be here. Guess we started a little early this week because hopefully Libra and Vince are going to join. So, Jennifer, whatever reason, prefers to do it earlier this week anyway. So here we are. Not sure if the guests are coming on right away, or maybe I'll start out with a chant, or maybe I should save the chant for a little later in the show.
How do you want? If you want to do a quick intro, you could say whatever you want, and then you can give me the go-ahead to send them the Hang It link, but they don't have the link yet.
Okay, yeah, you go ahead and send them the link, and Jennifer had a very exciting week, much more exciting than me, and hopefully we're going to hear about that at length. And Doooovid, I had a lot of excitement in my eBay business, and I might go over that if people are interested. I'll even show the internal dynamics of my account, and you could see Doooovid selling the best of the Western tradition at discount prices, and a lot of these various principles like price discovery, the Pareto principle, the 80-20 rule, and so I'm happy to go over my eBay, and it might lead to some interesting conversations and also applications in a practical way to a lot of the things we've been talking about. And I also did some research regarding what Vince had said last week about Freemasonry in India, and I'd failed to mention that Vivekananda, who likely had influence on Norman Vincent Peale, who is famous for being Donald Trump's preacher. And Norman Vincent Peale was a 33rd degree Scottish Mason who wrote a book called The Power of Positive Thinking. And to most experts, they believe the power of positive thinking is basically just like a self-help translation of Vedic wisdom, probably most directly through the works of Vivekananda. And, so if you think of President Trump in that way, is actually Hindu might be the best way to describe. Like, obviously, Trump is a Christian by his own personal affiliation, but I did more research on Freemasonry in India, in Vivekananda, and also specifically Vivekananda's understanding of the universal brotherhood of man. And I'll probably be adding that along with Freemasonry in general as another pillar of the multiple truth hypothesis. And that's probably one of the origins in my thought for the idea is, this kind of Vivekananda understanding of the universal brotherhood of man, that it has to be that all traditions, even though they're contradictory, are simultaneously true. So hopefully we could look at the some interesting articles that I brought up. And I guess if Jennifer is still muted, we could also talk
Sorry,
about
I
the
was just
history of
sending the
sound.
link out. I was just a little bit busy sending the link out, but I'm back now, and yeah. So I did have an exciting week. I got a lot of work done, and had a stream yesterday with Super and Max. That was a lot of fun. Howie came on. Did you catch that, David?
Yeah, I did catch a little bit of that.
Yeah, Howie came on, and we ended up having a chat, so it was pretty good. Yeah, I was happy with the direction it went in because there was like engagement and good questions, and even though I don't really feel like I maybe am a little bit closer to understanding what he's saying, but I don't know. I've sent him and Vincent the link, so hopefully they'll be joining soon, and we can talk about that. Did you have any opinions about the conversation with Dr. Dan?
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. It takes a lot of work in terms of, a lot of people are probably scientists, and maybe they had like the one mandatory course in public speaking, and especially giving over scientific ideas. It's a skill that very few people are good at. So your person getting into streaming has to consider how much time they're going to invest in these communication skills that are necessary to make for good streaming, and then for people to be kind of straightforward and honest about the value proposition in terms of like, what is their idea, what are their skill set, what are they bringing in, so to say, the streamosphere, or are they actively say like, no, I'm going to LARP, like they're not going to be like a straightforward value proposition. They might even prefer entering a LARP and but for Doovid's sake, like you said, like no, like I prefer people to go through the process of like formalizing themselves, and I mean, at the end of the day, it's easier to deal with a person's resume than the person themselves and their ideas. Also, it's easier to see a write up or clear explanation or various sources, and so we'll talk about that, and also how you advance your ideas, how you make your ideas scientific, how you express your ideas to other, and the different payoff in terms of effort. So to say, if he wanted to make his idea publishable in a scientific journal, is he talking about 10 years of work or something like that, versus saying something that he could a system that he could somehow express and get over to him and his group of peers, that they have some sort of mutual understanding, but from a realistic level, it's nothing close to science. And outside is someone that knows the cult and the cult leaders, to have a feel for what this really means, it might be meaningless. Yeah, as opposed to like full science that they say like no, like a full scientific theory. Once it's put out there, it has its value. Doesn't matter. It could be disconnected from the person, and say like, no, this is really useful. Like I found it. Whoever created or whatever, like it's immediately useful because it's predicting results.
Awesome. Well, I see we're joined now by Vincent, and yeah, what's going on? You,
hey guys, what's going on?
Oh, not much. Just hanging out and looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Yes, well, hopefully Doovid will be happy because this all has to do with Freemasonry. I know that's Doovid's new topic of interest. And I'm not going to be talking too much about Noahide tonight, only for a few seconds, because it's all implicitly Noahide. So when I'm talking about Freemasonry, meaning that Freemasonry is Noahide compliant, and that anything that Freemasonry is doing obviously goes along with the Noahide agenda. So, but hopefully there won't be too much Noahide talk tonight, finally, because we've gotten to the level that I don't need to actually use that word. Everyone can just associate it in their mind. So take a breath, take a breath. We're not going to be talking too much about that tonight. But do you just want me to get into it or what?
Well, the show is like meta-analysis, so it's like data about data, if that makes sense. So the type of stuff would be cool would be like comparatively what's getting more traction.
Yeah, you don't need to do your whole presentation of your stuff. Just do a presentation of like the press release of your stuff, and obviously you've been coming on Week in Review for months now, so people who want more in depth of what you're talking about will check your own media. So it's not necessary to come on Week in Review.
Oh no, I wasn't gonna. I'm not gonna.
You could do a thorough view of the different fields or projects you're working on. That just that would be interesting. And advancements, in terms like, okay, if Doovid's pro masonry and you're anti masonry, it's going to be a waste of time for us to argue on every single point, whether it supports my side or your side, as opposed to just like people who are interested in the subject and the type of information that you're researching, your ideas you're coming up with, and relatively the point of Week in Review isn't to win people over to your side, because presumably we got a high IQ audience, and these people are all going to critically examine the evidence anyways.
Okay. No, I won't. Yeah, I know you told me not to be so preachy and stuff like that, so I won't be preachy. This wasn't necessarily as preachy, or I won't be as preachy. I'll just kind of like stick to the facts. So last time we brought up, we spoke about Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons and Freemasonry and Noahidism. And so everyone knows I was raised Jehovah's Witness, so I'm very familiar with the religion. I'm very familiar with its connections to Freemasonry, and now I am very familiar with its connections to Noahidism. Jehovah's Witnesses particularly are very connected to Chabad Lubavitch, so that's not what I'm going to be talking about tonight. I'm just going to be talking about the foundations of the Jehovah's Witnesses, as long as Mormons and Christian Science, and how it's based in Freemasonry. So, actually, can I share my screen? Let me share my screen. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. There's no gay porn stars this time. No Indian gay porn stars. Sorry, that's not going to be happening.
God
Thanks for
forbid.
reminding me about that.
God forbid.
Oh, sorry. Okay, wait. Oh, wait. Sure.
I had almost forgotten it, and but you helped me remember.
Just the facts, saying like, we're happy to hear you present your case, but like,
I understand.
Preach your stuff on your own. Like people are familiar for work will, be happy to find that content on your own channel.
Okay. Do you guys see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. It says "Be wise as serpents," and you see a triangle.
We see what you see.
Okay. Good. Okay. So, I actually should have made a better introduction to this blog about Fritz Springmeier, but this is my new blog that's totally dedicated to this one subject that I made this week. Actually, at the catalyst was Doovid, because I know he had become interested in Freemasonry, and I was interested in this, and it was always something that I had wanted to get into, but just the fact that Doovid brought up Freemasonry, and I was very agitated by the fact that Doovid is trying to say that now Freemasonry's basis is in Hinduism, because I believe that this is a new smoke screen to take Freemasonry off of Judaism, because I think that Freemasonry is like a hot potato, and they don't necessarily, just like in the early days. Sorry, am I getting preachy? Or okay, I'm trying to be.
Yeah, and say.
Okay.
You just present the case, and obviously,
Okay,
from
sorry.
from the Doovidic mainstream Noahide understanding,
I was trying to make a
not
critique of
Claire's,
your.
is Noahidism has nothing to do with the Jewish people. It's part of the cosmology that Noah is the precursor of all of humanity, and certain requirements or an understanding was made with the progenitor of all humanity, Noah, and mankind. Obviously, it's a Judeo legend, but within the Judeo legend, it's a pre-Judeo fact. So a Freemason that saying like, no, it's not Noahidism because we told you about it. It's Noahidism because it's true, and that's your ancestor.
Okay. Oh, I mean,
And we
okay.
don't have to argue that point again and again.
No, of course
again
not. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm not arguing that. I just don't want it to be preachy, but I'm just actually trying to make it relevant as to why you were the catalyst as to making me do this, because I'm fearful that you are trying to.
I mean, because you're trying to prove me wrong. You're saying you're conducting your research because your desire is to demonstrate that what Doovid is saying is incorrect.
Not only is it incorrect, I think it's a nefarious type of attempt to relocate the blame somewhere else, and or kind of give it a fake foundation somewhere else so that Hindus would be more interested in it to flatter the Hindus, and that's as preachy as I'm gonna get. So in response to that, I was raised Jehovah's Witness, so I did have some pre-knowledge to this, but I had also been introduced. There is a man, a scholar, who I'm not going to totally endorse him because a lot of his stuff gets out there, a lot of it. He's a conspiracy theorist. His name is Fritz Springmeier, and he was not raised a Jehovah's Witness, but he entered the Jehovah's Witness religion for a period of time. He's a very good researcher, and he gives a lot of the details of where he got his research from. But in that, mixed into that, is a lot of kind of far out there, unsubstantiated conspiracy. So I don't carte blanche. What's the word? Subscribe to this guy, or not subscribe, endorse, or represent. But let me tell you something: the stuff that he gets into, even if it's far out there, personally, I don't think he's far off at all. What I'm trying to say is that it's beyond what can be proved on paper. So, but I still subscribe to that part of it, but you don't have to, and I'm not asking you to do that. That's not what I'm presenting. I'm presenting the more just hard facts that Springmeier brought forth. So his book, I don't know if Doovid read it, but he said he was interested in it. It's called Be Wise as Serpents. That's why the name of this new blog is bewiseasserpents.blogspot.com. So if you go there, you can find the short version and the long version. There's the short version, which is just the book Be Wise as Serpents. Here's the cover. It's the magical watchtowers and the Masonic towers of Babel. Underneath it, it did say the destruction of the Jewish religion, but I have a Hindu audience, so I did not want to turn people off by making it look like I could in any way be possibly pro-Christian. So I just cut off the part about the destruction of the Christian religion. So there's the short version, and then there's a long extended version that has 400 extra documents about the Illuminati, which I think gets even more conspiratorial. That's up to you. But if you want the drier, hopefully closer to documentable evidence, go to the short version. If you're interested in the Illuminati's influence even deeper on it, then go to the long one. And I did want to say one more thing, and I can't remember what that was, unfortunately.
I have a question.
Yeah.
When you say Illuminati, are you talking about the Pythagorean Illuminati or the Bavarian Illuminati?
Who is this?
Oh, this is Howie.
Who is it?
This is Howie. I've known him for how long there? Like 4 years. He
about 4
comes out of the
years.
meta-right sphere.
Is this the Illuminated Howie?
This is the Fed posting Howie who made some
The
clip
Illuminated?
videos. I don't think so.
He's
Well,
not
okay.
illuminated.
Okay, I'll answer your question. Actually, I'm very interested in Pythagoreanism. I have studied Pythagoras' life. I was a student of numerology for a very long period of time, Pythagorean numerology, and I still use it in my life today. I actually have created my own theories based on um, uh, um, Pythagoras' work. If you go to Be Wise as Serpents and then go to bewiseasserpents.blogspot.com and then just go to my profile and you'll see a blog called Occult Personality Theory, and I base that on Pythagoras' work. I think that when I say Illuminati, I'm talking about Freemason, Illuminati, basically, or anything that is a derivative or a precursor to that. I think that the Illuminati stole from Pythagoreanism, but Pythagoreanism is not the Illuminati. I actually wrote a whole article on Pythagoras and Hinduism. The point being that the reason that Pythagoras was hunted down and killed was because he went above the gods. He went above the gods and he didn't go through them to practice his basically magic or sorcery. And so the Greeks considered that to be like a heresy. And
well, see, when I say Pythagorean Illuminati, there was actually a book I read several years ago, about 6 years ago now. It claimed to have been written by a group known as the Pythagorean Illuminati. And what the book was about was how in the Bible, Satan is actually the good guy and God is actually the bad guy.
Well, that's interesting.
But that's also different from the Bavarian Illuminati, which was largely atheistic and sought to free people from the constraints of religion and government.
Yeah, if there is a I think that Pythagoreanism is not the Illuminati. I would say there is, just like Doooovid. Okay, this Indian Illuminati that we talked about last week says that it was centered on Shivaji Raj. Shivaji Raj never started the Indian Illuminati. That's crap. That's just the Illuminati trying to impose itself on something. This Pythagorean Illuminati is the same thing. There was no such thing as a Pythagorean Illuminati. This is just like a retrofit onto the past. But
it goes back to the same point that we constantly disagreeing on, because by your analysis, you're rejecting the belief system of the religion itself. So if you're trying to have an academic view of the Freemasonry and you're saying the belief is obviously false, so that's not what you're studying. But just like I said with the Noahidism, saying that if you're a believer, you say Noahidism is basically a form of natural law, and Vedic or any other systems arose largely from natural law. And so if you're talking about Illuminati, you say, okay, there's Rabbi Adam Weishaupt, and he was buddies with the Rothschild, and they teamed up with a few of the royalty across Europe and created this whole system, versus saying it was an understanding of how the certain aspect of the spiritual realm was manifested. And if it's true, it was likely true all throughout history, and people all throughout history knew it, even if it was in different forms. So if you can take the Vince theory that it's a false religion and all these beliefs are just legends and have no bearing to truths other than the fact that that's what Masons told themselves and their adherents, you have to at least acknowledge the role of the actual belief system itself to explain these things. So it is like, of course, there was an ancient Pythagorean Illuminati. Like, of course, the ancients understood this stuff also. How could it not be that they didn't know? And most of the time, there's usually actually an unbroken tradition, not just in Vedic things, but in most traditions, there'll be some form of unbroken tradition going back to ancient times.
Okay, well, we disagree on that. Okay, well, we disagree on that. To answer, I'm sorry, what's your name again? The new guy that in the chat. What's your name? The guy in the voice?
Howie.
And
I had something to add to what Doooovid just said. There was actually a documentary I saw. It's on YouTube. I'd have to go find it though. But it showed how a lot of actual Masonic architecture very closely resembles ancient sites around the world. I'm not saying that like they have a direct lineage, but they may have based their architecture on those ancient sites.
Right. Well, I'm gonna say Duva doesn't like me getting preachy, but that I
It is
think
to
that
argue about whether Masonry is a true or false religion, or
right.
whether the beliefs
But
that
why that
if you know
architecture?
from Vince's opinion that it's a false religion, so every single point that's related to Freemasonry that Vince brings up is going to be from the bias that Freemasonry is false, and someone that believes that Freemasonry is true. Every point that he's bringing up will likely um, interpret it through the opposite bias.
Right.
So we don't have to waste the time on every
Yes.
single point. Like, people have heard me and Vince for more than a few arguments. They just, say like, this is how Vince would interpret this information. This is how Doovid would interpret this information, and it's largely just academic exercise to actually carry through the arguments.
Doovid,
Yeah. Okay.
Dr. Dan is on the stream, and I know he wanted to talk to you at some point. So I don't know what you think, Vince. Like, how much more do you have to go through? Because I'm not really up for another 3-hour.
No.
lecture.
Okay. I'll fly through this. So, anyway, Be Wise as Serpents, Fritz Springmeyers. Check it out. Be Wise as Serpents. So quickly, what have I learned this week? That last week, David was talking about how Freemasonry is a religion, and I disagreed. But I found the evidence where they were talking about Freemasonry seems to be the one dominant spiritual power on earth. But in some instances, sometimes Freemasonry likes to hide that they are a religion. Interestingly enough, Theosophy wanted Freemasonry to be their New Age religion, so they said that Freemasonry would be the religion of the New Age. It's important to know that Freemasonry denies the Christian Trinity, and that matters because you need to do that in order to be Noahide compliant. We know Freemasonry is Noahide compliant, so that's why they demand no Trinity. Tonight we're going to be talking about the three religions that came out of Freemasonry. They are most specifically Christian Science, Mormons, and Christian Scientists. All three of them denied the Trinity, obviously because they needed to be Noahide compliant. And just quickly here, I just want to look. This will be something that's.
Hey, I got a question. Do you know if this goes as far back as Protestantism?
It's the exact same thing with Isaac Newton. I'm saying, like, all these arguments, and if people know the history of Masonry, that Newton heretically denied the Trinity also, and I think Newton is after. He might be after Martin Luther, but relatively these debates occur every generation or every few generations.
From what I've read, Freemasonry isn't actually a religion, but a system that is compatible with just about any religion, and they just use their symbols to teach philosophical and spiritual concepts for the betterment of man.
It could be. It fortunately can be described and interpreted and applied in any way they want. If they want it to be a religion, it's religion. If they don't want it to be a religion, it's not a religion. They have said it both ways, but I have found it where they are sure to say that it is a religion. So continuing, I did want to bring up, because I don't want to take up too much of your time tonight, Jen. I don't want to bring this up again because I'm going to be talking a lot about Freemasonry and Christian Science, but I just want you to see that at least symbolically, I did not get into the symbolism. If you go to Fritz Springmeyer's Be Wise as Serpents and you read through that book, there's a lot of symbology. I didn't want to get into that because that's too subjective in my opinion. I want to get more like documentable, hard evidence, paper trail stuff. So, but if you look at this, you can see that both Charles Taze Russell, his pyramid, his grave site is a pyramid, and Mary Baker Eddy's grave memorial is a pyramid, and the Freemasons built Mary Baker Eddy's, who is the founder of Christian Science, they built her memorial. So that was a pyramid, and Charles Taze Russell had the pyramid, and both of them used the Freemason cross and crown. On the watchtower, we see that was the cross and crown. The Freemason cross and crown was their symbol, and so was Freemasonry. So that has to do, I did a little research about how Freemasonry is a religion at Doovid's interest. It changed my mind on that a little bit, but I think that Freemasons do present themselves in whatever way is easier for them or what's convenient for them at the time. So I'm going to start with Christian Science, because actually Christian Science, in this saga of the three religions that came out of Freemasonry, this actually also includes Seventh-day Adventists, but that's for a totally different blog. Seventh-day Adventists is
wait a
totally...
minute. If we're calling all of these things different religions, because really the only difference between Seventh-day Adventists and like other Protestants like Lutherans or Baptists is that they go to church on Saturday. But if we're counting all of these different things as religions, why are we not counting the Golden Dawn or the Ordo Templi Orientis?
Yeah, it's a good question, because the ultimate question that everyone's eventually going to run up against is a religion the same thing as a dharma? And the answer is that I would argue is kinda, which is why I've tried to do a workaround when saying that all systems of human governance are computationally equivalent to a theocratic array. That's why that theory is like, as a working hypothesis, it functions very well, because you can sort of see the hierarchy of the thought formation much more easily. Like, for example, Vincent, when was the first time you heard about Freemasonry?
Probably in my 20s or something, late
But
teens.
you were raised by a cult or a religious order or whatever that is itself Freemasonic in design and origin.
Yeah, they hide it. Yeah, they don't tell you that, but yes, right. I never even knew that my religion was based on Freemasonry at all. No.
Yeah, but I mean, Doovid's going to tell you that citizenry in and of itself is based on Masonry. So everyone, you don't have to be Jehovah's Witness or some part of your cultic religion, Scientology or whatever. Just the regular process of citizenship is a form of Masonry that everybody is subject to. So you could look at everybody in society as saying, like, no, you are a Mason, you are bound to these rules, whether you realize it or not. And that's the nature of the person who believes the religion is true, versus I guess an outside observer is trying to understand it like a conspiracy, where it's like, yeah, whatever these guys are saying, their belief system, I don't buy it, but I do buy that they're conspiring to mold society in a way that I don't like. And I've noticed it. Like, I've noticed that a lot of things in society that I don't like seems to have been molded that way. And I'm, looking at the origin of who's molding it that way. And, so if you're giving arguments that are, from a scientific perspective, maybe purely unprovable, like history is generally not a scientific subject, you could approach history scientifically. So it was like Vince, just a collection of facts. And then, for Libra, I was going to say a similar idea. If you want to really post bona fide scholarship, there's a huge amount of work where it's say, like, yeah, what's the difference between these movements and the larger Protestant movement? And you have to basically know all the major aspects of history related to what you're talking about, which is, like a daunting amount of research that would take decades, let alone say, oh, I was doing some research, I found some interesting ideas. And then, we all know you're not really engaging in a scientific process, because we all know the point that you're trying to make. So you're engaging in research, trying to prove that you're correct. But the scientific
I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair to say he's not approaching it scientifically. I think he could approach it more scientifically, but I think he's doing his best to do an accurate reporting of the facts.
There's nothing wrong with him not being scientific. He's allowed to research to prove himself correct. He doesn't have to research just to find out the truth. And if his research points to the fact that maybe his interpretation of events is not true, that he should be forced to subscribe to the what the evidence is pointing towards, and saying like that's a theoretical outlook towards life that he doesn't have to subscribe to. Just saying within the academic circles of publishing or even streaming, you can say what type of approach are you going to take, and if you're going to take more like a conspiratorial approach, where I have you saying where you've pointed out quite a few facts that look like they're true and probably even indisputable, but have you went over the gamut of historical research and evidence to demonstrate that your interpretation is more likely than countless others. And as a person examines it more, they say, oh, this person doesn't really know what they're talking about. They know some facts and they weave together a narrative based on limited facts. But when more facts come to light, how useful does the narrative to hold together the larger fact base?
Well, don't you accept that, narrative sympathy has to do with biological reasons first, before objective truth second?
Well, yeah.
Personal experience also has a part to play in that. People are molded by their experiences in order to accept or reject different beliefs.
Doovid, okay. I do obviously have, I have facts that I'm presenting to prove. Yeah, wait. Okay, wait, David. The fact that Christian Science is correlated or connected to Freemasonry doesn't necessarily prove. My facts just prove that Christian Science is connected to Freemasonry and non-Trinitarianism, and then my motivation behind researching that is to prove that Christian Science has connection to Noahidism. Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit of flavor. I mean, why would I even be presenting this unless I was trying to prove a point? I'm trying to prove a point, but if I wasn't trying to prove a point, I wouldn't be even presenting this research in the first place.
Well, it's okay, but no, I mean, you're saying if you're an objective scientist and your conflicts of interest have all been disclosed, and somewhat like, saying, like the kid who became a doctor because when he was a kid, he was sick and thought maybe he was going to die, and then a doctor, saved him, and then before he went on to medicine or something like that. But, like eventually when he got to medical school, he had to go through the processes of becoming a doctor. So too, you might have had a reason why you started this research. It was largely, in the lower modes like ignorance and passion. But the research itself led you to a greater truth. And then at some point you said, no, I mean, I just continued researching, recognizing that my original intent of the research was incorrect. And then I just started leading myself in the direction that the research led. And that, that's the thing, like, if you're a scientist, like you said, like, no, I demand that. Even if you're a social scientist or anything in that realm. So it's like, you're not a social science, you're not demanding to be published in like some psychiatric journal, and that's fine. You're just making your blog, and like I value your research, even though generally I'm drawing the exact opposite conclusion from it. So like, to me, it's like, okay, I understand your bias, and that is largely why you're doing the research. And to me, even though I think, as you do more research, you're gonna, so to say, realize that you were wrong and draw a different conclusion. But obviously, who knows how that's going to happen. And so we could just have that dichotomy where Doovid appreciates your research, and maybe you think you'll eventually prove me wrong also, or you think enough people in the audience will take your side of it, versus I think me and Jennifer, with a more science talk where it's known, like you have to put your own personal biases aside for the sake of science.
Okay, well, if you're interested, I have a lot of stuff I could go through quickly about Judeo-Freemasonry and Christian Science, Mormonism, and Jehovah's Witness. Do you want to hear it or no?
I have a question. I do want to hear that, but I have a question first.
Well, I'm just saying because I'm gonna read Vince's stuff anyway. So like I don't mind hearing it. I already read through a lot of Vince's stuff. The book was a little bit less. I had a hard time skimming through it, so I did look through, tens, maybe skimmed a few, even over 100 pages of it. But you're saying if I'm the only one interested in this stuff, we could move on, and Vince knows like I read his stuff, and we could talk about it a different time. So I'll leave that up to Jennifer and the other people whether they're interested in this.
My concern is that Dr. Dan's on the panel. He hasn't had a chance to talk yet, and he does have a limited time with us. So
I could see if we do go forward, Vince, might be 9 o'clock, and all of a sudden Vince is still not going to be halfway done.
Well, I could get through it in 10 minutes if you want.
Well, maybe we should just push
Okay.
it off till next week, or if you're up later, or for a separate stream in and of itself. Saying like, because I think I'm the only one who's tuned in right now that it's actually following your research.
Okay.
I was unaware of his research.
I follow his research. I wanted to keep the show to just meta-analysis rather than, I don't want to set a precedent for people just coming on the show and grandstanding. I want to be interactive.
What I'm doing? I mean, I wasn't trying to grandstand. I tried to bring something that Doovid would be interested. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do but collect facts and try to present. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I really don't know what I'm doing wrong.
You got to reach management. You're saying like there's a difference between the report that the store manager reports to central management than
it's supposed to be about communication.
Than the day-to-day operation.
I don't know. Doovid was interested in Freemasonry and Jehovah's Witness, and I spent the whole week finding.
What you should do is have a stream on Doovid's channel just about that.
Then why did you invite me on here? I don't understand. You knew exactly. This is what happened last time. I showed you exactly what I was going to be showing, and then that became a problem. And I didn't come on here like surprise, surprise. That I showed everyone exactly what I was coming on here to talk about, and all of a sudden, Doovid and no one else is interested, and I'm being like made to feel ashamed. Like, thank you very much. I didn't need to come on here to disturb anyone. I asked before I came on here. I showed you what was on the blog. I am so fucking sorry that I don't know what to say. I mean, you're just you're shaming me, making me feel like I did something wrong. And honestly, I feel like I'm being gaslighted, and I'm really fucking pissed off. And if you don't want me on this show anymore,
I do want you on the. Listen to me, okay? So you gotta make a distinction between me and Doovid, okay? Slightly different, but generally the point of the show is to further certain topics, which what you're talking about is not really that much connected to. So what I'm trying to do is facilitate what you're interested in, but also bring it into what we talk about.
You should have told me that it wasn't. You should have told me that this was not something that was appropriate for the show.
But it is. It's a.
I should have Doovid or you should have rejected me then.
No, it is appropriate, Vincent. Like,
no, but if you were not interested, if you weren't, Doovid is saying that no one else is interested in this, then I should have been told. I should not have been accepted on this show. I'm sorry. You should have done me the courtesy, and you should have said not for this show. That's what you should have done.
I am interested in you.
I am also interested.
Okay, please just let me finish here. I am interested, but the point of this show is one thing. And then you're trying to make
I didn't surprise you. No, I didn't surprise anyone what I was coming on here to talk about tonight. I gave you the blog. I showed you exactly what I was going to be talking about. And if it wasn't appropriate for the show, I really would have appreciated if you had just told me not
Vincent,
tonight.
Are you actually hearing what I'm saying, or are you just too
upset?
No,
I don't understand. I don't understand how I did anything wrong, and I'm not understanding your logic. No, your logic is beyond me, and I feel really embarrassed.
Please don't. And honestly, I think you have a lot of potential to be really good. It's just that the point of this show is to have back and forth.
Okay, fine. Okay, I didn't know what else to do. I mean,
no, it's okay. It's fine. It's like
you could have commented on the. I mean, I wasn't not asking for no commentary. I was just trying to. Okay. Okay. Well, I'll
It's
let you
look,
guys.
it's not it's
Okay,
not
I'm
easy.
gonna
It's
go.
not easy. Like, have
No,
you
wait,
ever
don't go.
watched?
Don't go. Don't
Like,
go.
No, well,
we're not trying to
obviously,
discourage
no,
you.
Tuba said
I'm
he's
not
not
trying.
interested. The audience isn't interested, and now we're just fighting. So what am I going to stay on the air for?
The thing is that Vincent, I've seen the numbers. The audience is probably more interested in what you want to talk about than what I want to talk about. But it is
Tuba
we
just
can
said
review.
that no one's interested, and you
Doovid, first
seem
of all,
not-
Doovid said that. Doovid said that. I didn't say I wasn't interested. I am interested. I read your blog. It's just that this is Week in Review, which is supposed to have a certain format, which we have a hard time keeping it to that because people maybe struggle to understand the format, which is supposed to be a
it's
back
really
and
basic
forth.
term of-
Okay, well, I don't know. Well, I wasn't trying to monologue.
It is. It's really
I
basic.
don't know what
term
you
of-
want me to do. I don't know what else to do. I wasn't trying to monologue. You can ask questions. You can interrupt me.
I do have
I have
questions.
no idea what I'm doing wrong. I
do
really don't
actually
think.
have
I think
questions.
you're being unreasonable. I think you're being unreasonable, and you're just making me like you're trying to paint me into a box. Like you're trying to say that, oh, Vince is trying to come on here and monologue, even though I intentionally said I'm not going to try to be preachy this time. Like, what else do you want me to do? How teach me? How am I supposed to present my research to you?
Can I ask my question?
I don't know.
I think we should just. I think what we should do here is things are a little hot. I want to put this conversation on pause. Vince, can we just talk
Okay.
later? And
Yeah,
because it's just because
that sounds like
the show also has 2 other people on it that we don't usually get
Yeah.
a chance to talk to. So
Okay.
there's no problem. There's no bad blood. I'm sorry I
Okay,
haven't done it.
well,
Listen to
okay.
me. I'm sorry I haven't done a better job explaining it. And we'll talk soon, and we'll iron out all the crimps. Okay, I do
Okay.
support what you're doing. You know I do, and.
Okay.
We'll talk real soon, and maybe we can just go to Dan for now because he has a limited time, and I don't want to eat into that. He's
Okay.
already been on the panel for 20 minutes. But thanks a lot, Vince, and
Okay, thank you.
please leave a link to your blog in the chat.
Okay.
You have a mod, so you can put a link. Someone asked before if they could throw a link in the chat. If it's relevant to the show, you don't have to ask. You can just throw a link in the chat and maybe say what it is. And just like, I don't want a bunch of spam in there, but I haven't really seen any problems. So yeah, thanks a lot. And
Okay. Okay.
yeah,
thank you.
please don't take it as anything other than we respect you enough to be honest with you. And I do apologize that can be maybe coming across as too critical. That's something a lot of people have said, like basically got exasperated with me that I was seemingly too critical. So I take the point. I suppose we all have things we could work on.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks for
Okay,
coming
bye.
on.
Bye, guys.
Talk to you soon. Dr. Dan, sorry about that.
That's okay.
That was I guess those things just happen sometimes.
Well, you know why I invented this thing is so that that whole 20-minute conversation didn't even have to happen. You don't have to talk about religion ever again if you don't want to. That's the
I want to.
benefit.
How he really wants to though, and so do
Yeah,
I. I'm pretty
if
sure
you want-
David does too.
Yeah, well, that's fun too for you guys. But if you get someone that doesn't believe in your religion, well, it's over. You know, you get your head cut off and stay in the wrong place. So you have to be, when you have a definition of a system, and you get to define how to tune it. There, that's, you know, you talk about what's a perfect thing. You can't make it. This is just a measuring way. You can measure any religion by it. It's just descriptive of the religion. So you don't argue about, well, you don't need to talk about history. You don't need to know any history. That's the history's gone. Doesn't matter what history is, right? All you have is the future, and you have diminishing returns on how much history you know. And then you have, okay, suppose you know every fact. Well, you're at the same trap because then everyone has opinions on the facts. And we're seeing right now the rewriting of history itself because some people don't like the way the history is written, and that's fine. Then maybe they're right. You're going to argue about it? It's gone. So all you have is the future. And the more you examine history, the more you're just going to disagree. The more people that know history, and depending on which take they take, they'll take away something.
I don't know. Myself and my colleagues all pretty much agree on historical interpretations.
Yeah, but but it doesn't matter either.
Well, not me. I mean, that's why I'm proposing the multiple truth hypothesis, which is
Yeah.
Even a fundamentally different view on the potential of what reality is. That you say, what is even history? And obviously, history is a a large unknown, and when you examine the unknown, what you're going to have is multiple different possibilities that have different likelihoods of being more or less true. And so that's not just the approach to history, but probably the proper scientific approach to all subjects.
Yeah. Well, you were talking about what's a scientific approach. Truly, the only scientific approach that would be valid would be just a measure of energy, right? How many joules were spent over how much time?
No, the interpretation matters a great deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm saying you can't even get.
That's-
You have to basically subscribe to a system to get over the empirical problems of observation. So if you devise a system that says that in theory is correct, regardless of our observation, then obviously how do you test that system? Because testing it requires observation, and then you need a whole system that connects the level of.
I apologize to interrupt here, but this is the beauty of the system and why it cuts through every argument. It works with the guy that believes that we live in the matrix that was just created when I woke up. It doesn't matter what history is at all. If you say to get exact, what's observed? Well, nobody knows. It's all made up anyway. I mean, from whatever you can get from the books and whatnot, that's where you get history. But how about this?
Well, I mean, you're subscribing to the, I've called the theory the Alter Rebbe, the first Lubavitch Rebbe, but it's also found in Hinduism and a lot of theologies, maybe the holographic universe thing. The material realm is in fact an illusion, and so the only reason that people, the only reason people think there's a problem is because, like, surprise, it's no problem. You're not even real. Problem solved.
Right. So with my model here, you can talk to that person and get over that fact that you disagree on. Oh, maybe it was created this morning when I woke up. Oh, maybe there are multiple universes. Okay, whatever. What are we having for dinner? You get past any of that argument. There's nothing to talk about anymore.
Well, still not relatively. So the multiple truth hypothesis has a method of truth discovery, just like Schrodinger's wave equation. It's not just going to be everything is relatively the same, that you would have certain interpretations of truth that are substantially more likely. And you might have an infinite amount of possibilities, and each one of those infinite amount of possibilities might have some amount of possibility that it is in fact the truth. But you would be able to use some sort of method to decipher if or you might argue that there's no such thing. You're saying that there is no such thing as one truth being more likely than another.
Now, here's how you work that one. You say, okay, if we're measuring the history of the world in joules spent over time, then you just figure out who has the best answer. And if you can't figure it out, take a vote and just run with that one. You see what I mean? So if someone says, if you're arguing over it, well, do you have a better answer? Okay, then we'll just measure history in joules.
Yeah, but then the problem becomes, how do you demonstrate that your answer is better if the person doesn't understand what you're saying?
Okay, so
then you're assuming a conscious dependent universe. I mean, Hamarov on the David Bohm new thing that came out yesterday that Hamarov was talking about. He was saying that Bohm eventually determined that reality is conscious determined, and if that's what you're saying, but as a scientist, most scientists disagree and say in fact reality is conscious neutral.
Okay, but here's the workaround: is if you just do it in joules, who's going to give you the best answer? Ask that guy. If anyone's got a better answer, come up with that. Then you can all observe the same facts, because in reality, that's all there is energy, right? So just measure energy. Why would you measure anything else? You talk about ideologies, it's just order out of chaos. So what's the difference between religion and government? Nothing. It's order out of chaos. They just worship different things and they have different rules. It's the same thing, and they interact.
Well, is that the same? What's the difference between death and life? And saying like that's also the case. You're saying, well, reality, nothing. There's no real difference between death and life. It's just energy.
Right. Yeah. So that it accommodates any kind of religion you want, or any ideology fits into the model. That would be in the infrared or the ultraviolet spectrum as you pass through time, or the limits of your perception are in that box. So if it's not in that box, that means it's something that it's not tangible, it's not measurable, it's nothing you can prove. So stop talking about that part. Talk about the part on the, and they have their effect. For example, the memory of an important person would have they'd be in the infrared because they're dead, but their effect and their ideas are held through years or millennia. So in future, well, that's what the only thing you can think of, and the only thing you see is the past. I mean, the only thing you see is the past, but you think you can see the future because you're a good guesser.
If you take 3 tabs, you can see the future.
Okay, so now that's fine. Why didn't you pick the right lotto number? You know,
Actually, I did. Well, I got very close. I was 1 number off
okay,
from the
then
Powerball.
you obviously didn't take enough. So anyway, yeah, you short circuit those arguments because that, and I don't want to not to dissuade any kind of good conversation because they provide fodder. But if you're trying to get stuff done, well, you're wasting time talking about that.
Okay, so what's a good thing to spend time talking about?
Well,
Aaron Kangs.
What would be interesting to me is you take like that guy that was just on. He was very offended at the end because of his perception of what happened. Now I know, and I can tell it's sincere. There's no malice at all. You tried to explain to him, and I think he got it at the end. But the intent, his expectations were not what he got. So whose fault is that? And why did he feel bad at all about that conversation? I mean, to have the privilege to talk to you, he should be ecstatic right now.
Oh, that's very sweet of you to say.
But but he felt on a short shrift. But if in his mind he had a lot on his mind, he wanted to explain. He thought he could do it in 10 minutes. I'm sure he could spend 10 hours just talking about it because his mind is so full of that and he's got it all worked out. But all you do is you take out the measure. You just say, okay, does your system, how entropic is it? And how happy are the people? That's really the only metrics you have to work with that are scientific, and happiness isn't even scientific.
Here's the problem that I foresee with this that I just keep thinking about it is that basically we have a dual drive towards suffering and pleasure that's hard to reconcile. Everybody who's not enlightened is essentially unhappy. It's not really possible to be happy unless you're enlightened, and the process of getting enlightened can be quite painful and challenging. So, and most people aren't really ready for it. So how do you fit that into that? Because that's where I kind of see it as almost like a decoupling between a linear type of relationship.
Well, right out, the first thing you said was what did you say? We have this drive between pain and pleasure?
Well, think of it like this, like we're evolved to measure our environment to check whether it's threatening to the maintenance of the internal biome. So we are selected to feel pain acutely because it warns us of danger.
Right.
But we also seek to minimize the effect on the system because of the law of entropy. One way to word that is that any system which is sort of isolated in some way from its environment, it's going to act to minimize the net effect of the environmental stimulus, which is this pain. So we also have this drive towards pleasure. So there's but people who get, quote unquote pleasure, a lot of times they end up very self-destructive. Like when they get, somebody, have you ever heard of somebody winning the lottery, for example, and becoming ultra miserable afterwards?
Right. Yep. I get it. So yeah, well that use that as your measurement because that's all right. So just use that as the measurement, and then
the measurements are done by humans in my system. So you're saying, well, you can just delegate this measurement to a machine, and I'm thinking, I don't know how you'd interface that.
Okay, well, the interface is the people actually saying voting. So you vote a color instead of yes or no. The granularity of data on voting was based in 2,000-year-old technology, 10,000. How long have they been voting? So the data points, how much value do they have now, especially in the world with the instantaneous transport and communication? To take a poll every 2, 4, 8 years, whatever, and then to have that poll be a piece of paper with a binary system, it doesn't allow for the granularity of data that we consume. It doesn't make any sense anymore. So it's just voting. How do you know? Well, you vote. You ask people. Well, how do you get that information? Well, everyone's got a phone. 80% of the population. Click a color. What do you think about this? You can have live feedback. So that's the feedback to the system that you're talking about. How do you know? Well, you know because you ask the people. You can ask anyone anything nowadays. They're dying to tell you. So you provide a voice for everyone that has the capability to touch the internet, for one thing. That's who can vote, whoever can do that. So of those people, who do you want voting? You have a layer of quality you need to impose. Everyone can vote. Who do you want to vote?
No one?
Pick a color. Yeah, well, ideally, you have a all-knowing theocratic goddess to run the world, ideally. But we don't have that. We can't agree that you should run the world. It's not.
Well, you can. It's your choice if you do.
I can agree, but we can't get everybody else to, right?
How do you know that? Humans are incredibly malleable.
Well, let's take a vote. If we put a vote out, how many people would vote for you? Okay, you got my vote. Done. You got your vote.
Only vote to pray to a woman who I have already prayed on.
It's not. It's not a vote. It's a matter. It's not who agrees. It's who opposes that's important.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. So
the way you should be wording it is who dares oppose the grand supreme theocratic dictator?
That's right. They'd have to be a sociopath. And
that's no, not necessarily.
Well, I'm a bit of a sociopath, but yeah.
But
well, so this is generally why I encourage people to take a money as karma view.
Yes.
Because if you don't take a money as karma view, you're unlikely to take a time as money view, and then you're not likely to consider wasting other people's time a serious offense. Even like in the Vince type thing. Well, karma is karma. There are other people that their time is basically dependent on you. There's other people that are just basically listening and are going to be stuck waiting to what they have to say, or trying to gain some sort of insight of what the person's saying. And there's a karmatic factor that there's other people on the panel, there's people listening, and that's a factual element of karma. And when you're in front of an audience or on a panel or streaming, those are factual elements of karma, whether you use Freemasonry or Hinduism or politics or any system to understand how those things work. And also for the saying the value proposition of your ideas. So it's okay if you're going to have money as karma. It's okay, like, here's your idea. How much is it worth? It's okay. I'm sorry, your idea is worthless to me. I wouldn't even. You couldn't even pay me to take it, or you say like, okay, your work research. It's okay because Doooovid likes Freemasonry and Judaism, even though Vince may have motivations that are in opposition to Freemasonry and Judaism. His research is still valuable to me. So I say, Vince, like, I appreciate your research, even though obviously I'm using your research to advance ideas that you disagree with. But the value proposition could be at least understood. And as you become academic, you get used to that fact, saying like, of course, as a scientist, you have to present your stuff in a way that is going to stand up to scrutiny and peer review, in a way that you could take the information and separate it from the person. Besides, the obvious connection of developing the idea, or the most likely person who understands it the best is the one who came up with it. And then, as I was talking to Libra on Facebook, like, okay, you have an interesting way of looking at things, and you say, okay, your understanding of how, me and Jennifer call it like the unification synthesis. Everyone is trying to unify and synthesize all of reality. It's the natural process of pattern recognition, that people have this big mass of information and their sense perceptions, and we're trying to create one holistic picture out of it. And we say that's almost universally human. That's what every single person is attempting to do. And then the question is it that one person is just going to figure it out? Like Libra somehow figured it out, and then he's going to teach all of humanity, and because he figured it out, or it's like, no, it's a different system where you're like a multiple truth hypothesis, or I was even going to present information on the Vivekananda Universal Brotherhood of Man, but everybody, there's benefit to understanding other people's system, and in conceptually there's a science where you could take an idea and separate it, that me, Libra, Jennifer, Vince, Howie, whoever come together, and we actually work something out, a formula, an idea, that it could be separable, and then people could say this idea is true, and it's just a history lesson of where the idea originated, or people could interpret karma and reincarnation and these things that I wouldn't say there's no evidence for it. There's still because spiritual things leave an imprint on the material realm, and so science is useful in the spiritual realm, but not in the same way as the material realm.
Well, that's the whole reason why I have to make the money with it, is because there are all sorts of systems that are just as good. It's just, this is the one that can make money. And once
that's what the Talmud, the Kabbalists say. The Talmud says that you could actually test the spiritual master by the money he's made, and because there's certain statements in the Kabbalah or whatever that say, like, if you understand this stuff, you're going to be able to make yourself rich. So any spiritual master who's not independently wealthy is obviously false. And so
that logic, Joel Osteen, the greatest.
There's a test for this. There's going to be $1 billion. That's what I'm saying right now, and I'm going to give it away. It's not a joke. It's inevitable when you're given a new tool that provides quality to people. Well, they're willing to pay money for that. If you can coordinate information to exactly what the person wants to see according to what they consider to be quality, well, they're going to.
If you're limited, if whatever your spiritual understanding, you say that there's a factual hard limit to material conditions and economic systems, that it's like, not like, no, I'm such a great spiritualist and know the mind of the creator, and the mind of creator controls the hearts and minds of all of creation, and if God wants to manifest gold for me, God will manifest gold for me. Like, I don't need to make some product and sell it according to the laws of the current economic standards. Or you're saying, like, no, I believe in the God that's going to manifest my miracle through the through the processes of the current economic standards, that I'm going to have a product that sells.
Joel Osteen is the greatest religious teacher alive today.
Well, because I'm more scholarly, and I presented last week, like Vince wanted to argue every point, but I wanted to just show scholarship on the value of Hinduism and Freemasonry, and I was talking about Vivekananda, who influenced Norman Vincent Peale, who influenced Donald Trump, and a lot of these ideas of Norman Vincent Peale or Joel Osteen, this like power of positive thinking mixed into Christianity, really comes from my understanding of scholarship, from Hinduism. So Vince and his research is he's got a whole other agenda he's trying to forward. But his research is interesting to me because honestly, I'm just interested in the truth. Like, if it came from Judaism, it might be better for me. But just say like if Vince wants to say like, oh, this stuff comes from Judaism, I'm like, oh, sure, great, that's music to my ears. But my research is showing that more likely come from the Veda, and even to have direct Joel Osteen, Donald Trump to Peale to Vivekananda, where we know there's almost like a succession of ideals.
Now, what exactly was Vincent trying to say earlier? Because I know he brought up Freemasonry and non-Trinitarianism. Well,
because he's making it conspiratorial. It makes it harder to just be like straightforward. What are you saying? So I mean, what he's saying is that these kind of sub-mainstream Christian denominations like Mormonism, Jehovah's Witness, Christian Science Monitor, whatever the few others he mentioned, Seventh-day Adventists, like they're really Masons, and then there might be evidence, say like Joseph Smith was a Mason, Eddie was a Mason, and the various people in the pyramids, on their thing, which might, okay, like, so what's he trying to show? And to me, it's like, well, of course, saying like, I would say like, what isn't like basically everyone, consequential in society a Mason, and from the Masonic belief system? Well, yeah, of course, because Masonry is a system, and you can't substantially, affect a societal change without working in the realms of Masonry. So it's not surprising, let alone to see these, so if you're brought up a witness and then you leave being a witness and you're trying to understand it, and then you come on to say like, oh, witness was a hoax perpetrated by the Masons, to say no, I'm saying like Masonry is just a system that people of different traditions use to get together to work out the best path forward for society. And so of course those people were Masons. And so it's unclear his point, because like obviously he's researching these things for to, I guess, answer his own questions, like what happened in his own life, why was he raised the way he was raised, and why is his life in the current situation that causes him to want to research these things, that he needs these answers to these questions to get past the point where Doovid thinks like, I'm really just a scholar who wants to know the truth about these issues, and it's unclear even to the direction, like why would even benefit me more than all knowledge of benefiting. And once the mechanisms of capitalism and things like that, yes, you could monetize knowledge. If you understand how to monetize knowledge, you say, well, all knowledge is useful and all knowledge could essentially be monetized.
Personally, I'm in the camp of completely demonetize all knowledge.
But I'm saying you need a revolution, because you're saying that we currently operate in a system where that's a factual reality. So it's like, personally, I think we should abolish all banks. Or, personally, you prefer living in utopian society versus, what is the recognition of the current, what I like to call, I think, Jennifer likes the terminology also, the current state of karma. So Libra, mean you might have different systems to explain things, mean you might also have a different understanding of what is the current state of karma, but we would both recognize that there is some factual assessment of what is this current state of karma that we call reality, that we're both part of.
I'd like to point out that what you were saying earlier, forgot exactly what it was, but it was about
I think
value.
Dan has to go in about 10 minutes, so maybe
Yeah.
we give him a
Well,
chance to talk before he has to say goodbye, and then we can just talk to you, Howie.
Yeah, I know I'm stepping into deep waters of thought here, so I do it with respect. But basically, the only way you can know a theory is right or not is whether it predicts. So I've known what I've had here for about a year. I wrote down a bunch of the predictions about what would happen, how it would happen, and it's all just working out so far. At this point, I'm working with a woman. She's getting ready to present it to the Dalai Lama. I'm supposed to be talking to a senator here. I was told I was, and then it hasn't happened yet. So it's happening exactly as I predicted it would, and inevitably it will make money because you control what you're fed for information. That's what everybody's all upset about. You can't trust any of the information you have on the internet. So how do you trust it? How do you trust in the information that you're getting? And that's impossible right now. And you aren't even capable of discerning what's true. Even if it's given to you, you aren't capable of discerning that from someone else who knows more than you about a specific topic, and they tell you a different answer. So you are not equipped. Your brain doesn't scale to the capacity of the quantity and quality of information that hits your brain. We weren't made for that. So it comes down to a matter of who can direct what photons into your eyeballs. How much of that is your fault? How much of that is someone else's?
Well, I disagree with that. That's why logic is an objective thing, so anyone can use it. It does take some training. It does take a lot of practice.
Yeah, okay. Well, it takes a lot of practice. Not a lot of people are going to do it. You got to face facts. That's a reality. So if you want people to be clear thinking, well, good luck. It's just not going to happen. You got to work with the system you get.
not a
Well,
lot
you're saying
of
if you're
people are
really
gonna
looking
read
for
a
truth, you're
textbook either.
saying I'll do the work myself, even if there is no payoff, because I just want to know the answer. And a lot of times that's what it takes. And sometimes those people, get a payoff in the end, but a lot of times, it's the paradox that the people who get the payoff are the ones that didn't do it for a payoff. They're the ones who did it because they really wanted an answer to their questions.
Yeah, well, that's the case with me. Is that's exactly what it's all about. Is I wanted to figure out what the heck is going on with this, why is there such mass hysteria? I wanted to understand that. So I came up with a little system, figure it out, and that's what you got. So you got it. And if you want to talk about religion, you can just map it out on the chart. Oh, well, this religion says you should do this. Okay, well, put the slider there. You have the limits of age. You have the limits, physical limits. How long?
Well, from a simplistic level, all you did was take a Cartesian coordinate system and in a simple equation and assign some sort of metaphysical values to algebraic equations.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, yeah.
I mean, it's not to discredit what you did, but I'm saying because that's the essence of metaphysics, is that you have to metaphysically assign these, so to say, spiritual or
so why didn't anybody
hard to define terms, and then mathematize it in a and really, okay, you could take one step further and make it a series of differential equations, because in reality probably, like you're saying, like you're representing vector fields, and vector fields are probably the closest representation we know to reality and from the human mind to perception. One thing you could say, maybe color, I don't know if your system, if you're trying to say color is in essence some form of greater understanding of reality, or if you're just saying color is the clearest way to represent your ideas to the mind of what these graphical representations mean.
Yeah, it's just intuitive, and it happens to be accurate too, which is a bonus. That's why it's invulnerable to any kind of scientific attack. There's nothing to argue about that lower energy is red and higher energy is purple. That's just a fact. The photons are different. The energy they contain is different.
Yeah, so I'm kind of like hypothesize, okay, your system might be useful, and if you're saying it's making predictions,
the whole point,
and saying you could become a cult leader if you're making people's lives better. Saying fact is it works, and people subscribe to your system.
No, that's the whole reason it has to make money. So there's no discussion about that part.
Well, I mean, you say, okay, if your system's making people's life better, it's going to be easy to monetize. If your system doesn't improve people's life, it's going to be hard to monetize.
Right, and then it wouldn't be. Why would anybody use it if it wasn't useful? Right? There's no reason to have it.
It is the question. Okay, do you need a mechanism within the capitalistic system to monetize your system, where it's like, okay, at the end of the day, you're going to be selling like a set of DVDs, or like services, or by the hour, or you're going to be like Ravi Shankar, where you're mysteriously going to have like some of the richest people in the world who just write you big checks in order for you to be able to tell everybody what you're thinking.
Yeah, no. So I'm
setting up an OnlyFans for it.
Yeah, but there's all sort of methods, and then say if that corresponds to your ideology, you're saying that you're saying if it's in reincarnation, you're saying like, okay, like where your soul took birth. And say, okay, your soul took birth in a high, a low or high, so that you would either have to struggle, because if you're taking higher birth and had independent finances, to not need to go to this manor, and then if it's some sort of destiny, why is this wisdom coming to you? Is it the hero's journey where there's some sort of austerities or a special thing that you perform that this wisdom came to you, or is it maybe Jennifer comment on some sort of reincarnation type thing where you didn't in this lifetime do something to merit these ideas, but the explanation for why these ideas are coming to you is bound in your past lives?
Yeah, no, I'm very pragmatic about this, but it's just a way to, well, the whole root of it is to speed up time.
Or do you have a journey? You're saying like, I interviewed Ethos Ananda on my channel, and he was like, when he was a teenager and he read Aristotle the first time, or, you have some sort of progression of when you were a little kid and first started thinking about these thoughts till you're, what you majored in school and worked in, and how these thoughts progressed until you formally worked out a theory.
Yeah, kind of just map it all out into a format that's so it's just open source. It's an open source thought is a good way to think about it. Now it's just every thought could be seen as a even astrophysics applies. You have gravity and mass and luminance all works in there. Just depending on the idea is either attractive or it's repellent. Either way, it moves the needle on your sensation. Like Jennifer was saying, you have physics that tells you, oh, this hurts, don't do that. Okay, so you have the physical limitations, but then you have the mental ones. You know, the way culture molds you with your reward and punishment for whatever actions. So you got your carrot and your stick in physics, and you got your carrot and your stick in psychological. And cultures go along dangling carrots and beating you with sticks, and just like the real world. And it's all the same thing. It's just a little bit different. The rules are upside down in your head because it's an infinite space. You can think of anything. There's no limitations on time or energy or anything. So you have what most attracts you is what's going to fill your mind, and that's partly dependent on you and partly dependent on your environment. So anyway, so all these fields of psychology want to just have a new tool to explain themselves, explain why this is, explain why that is. So on the practical level, with that tool, all you do is, I mean, the big idea is I'm a network admin, and there are these tools. If you can track what people like and what they don't like, they have a new way to record their emotional state. So you can select for quality now. Instead of the YouTube video with the most hits, you get the YouTube video that interests you in your life right now. That's what you get to see if you want. That's the benefit. You layer onto anything. You can have an app that tells you what you should be eating, and it knows you. At the tech end of it, that's where we're right at the point where Google almost reads your mind. Well, this is one that tells Google, you know what, you aren't reading my mind. I want you to show me something else.
I have actually had experiences with Google reading my mind.
Yeah.
Like I was thinking about those old I Spy books, and I didn't even say anything to anyone about them. I didn't even talk to myself about them. And YouTube recommends me a video on the I Spy books, and I'm like, oh my God.
So the question is, you say it has to be predictive, has to be reviewed. Well, I'm telling you, if you can see the slope of someone's mind, you know if someone's going to get ready to hit. You calculate slopes ahead all the time. That's what you do. So all I've done is made those slopes visible on a screen so that everybody can see the slopes, and everybody knows what it is. In your life, you predict the slope of everything through space-time. That rock is not going to move because in my experience, that rock has never moved and rocks don't move. So the slope of that rock is nothing. It's just there, you know it's there. But people are different. They act irrationally. They don't act like it's not Newtonian physics. So this maps out, but you know that if someone gets mad and starts yelling, well, the next thing is they're going to start throwing fists. So if you could map their emotion out into the red zone, well, watch out. And voting is essentially that, where people vote for who they think is going to, whose slope is going to match what they want the slope to be. And that varies too between people. Some people like, you get your fascism and your, well, socialism, I guess, or whatever you want to call it for the left. Some people are attracted to fascism because it makes sense. If you have someone that's really, really good and they know how to make stuff happen, well, yeah, of course you want him running the show. You only want that one person. You wouldn't want anybody else, would you? Why? Or you have the people that think we can all live in peace and harmony. Well, you can't do that either. So it's something in between. So somewhere in that model, you have maximum control, infinite control with one, and then you have everyone does whatever they want. So just put your slider there. Where do you want it? How many people do you want running the place? How many people do you want to be able to enforce the laws that they say?
Don't you see there being an issue with that?
Well, yeah.
How would anyone know the answer to those questions.
Well, no one person does, right? You say,
Well, they can be approximated,
yeah,
but
well, that's it. Once you put it in public, well, who's got a better idea? I mean, pick a topic like, how about drinking alcohol? Okay, drinking alcohol. It's physically possible to give babies alcohol, in a bottle. Okay, do we want that? No, we don't want that. Okay, how about, then everyone's got a different answer. But what are you willing to say in public?
You're supposed to wet the nipple of the bottle with whiskey.
So yeah, so it allows for whatever anybody wants. It's just a measurement of what they want. You put it, you assign that value, and then ask the next person. You'll get a scatter plot of ideas of where you think the best law is. Okay, so now we agree this is the law. Okay, now it comes to enforcing it. What happens if they break it once? Then put it up. Whatever you want. 100 days in jail for one time? Okay, deal. Now ask the next person. And at some point you have the feedback.
But isn't that just the flaw of democracy?
Yes, but then you have the feedback, and this is what I'm saying. This is the other half: is you poll the people themselves real time. Now this depends on an internet, of course. So this is the way you turn a world into a village. You have to have clean communication. I mean, you evolved being able to talk across a field and yell at a couple people. That was about all you had for communications. Then you get all of a sudden instantaneous contact between people anywhere in the world. We aren't equipped for that. So you have to provide a system that is equipped for that. And that requires one that has to the limits of your capabilities technologically, account for instantaneous thought. So my system provides for whatever you got technologically, use that. The least entropic technology you have. That's just your rule of thumb. Use the lowest tech that provides the best service. The least entropic, lowest tech that everybody likes. And that's if you measure everything by that.
People aren't going to like it though. They're going to be like, I want more stuff. I mean, that's why the system of injustice can operate in the West, is because of how much wealth it creates, and it blinds people to the injustices that it creates.
Right. Well, there's injustice.
So it's not going to make people happy to have the austerity required to make a civilization that won't collapse.
No, it's not. It's not austerity. That's the other part of the equation. Is by using the tool themselves, Google, Amazon, Facebook, the revenues generated, 10% are going to go to this fund, and it's just going to be spent in public. This money is going to go to the people who are complaining. You don't have riots because people are happy. You have riots because they do feel the injustice.
So your system involves bribing people who are rioting? That's not going to work. You have to incentivize bad behavior. By paying them, you're incentivizing them to riot.
No, not paying them.
Take my money, don't destroy my stuff.
Yeah. No, the idea is to find out why are they rioting. Well, they're not happy. Why aren't you? You just go down the why questions and you point fingers pretty quick.
It's obvious because they don't have anything to do, and they have aggression that they want to channel.
There's always going to be people who are violent. There are psychopaths. There are sociopaths. There are people with mental disorders that cause them to act abnormally.
And some of them are in power, right? To find those ones at least.
Sorry, I missed that. There's some noise coming in on the. Did you have to go? Because I know you said you had to leave at 9.
I just wanted to finish up. Just say, you just ask why to any question, and then you find out, well, whose fault is it? And invariably, you're going to have a whole bunch of different answers about whose fault it is. And ultimately, well, part of that fault lies within the person. And it finds out that. That's why it's invulnerable, because it examines you, not only the system, but it examines you too, because you're part of the system. Everyone is. So but all that is further down. The reason why it has to make money is because it's just an idea. Everyone's got ideas. Everyone's got great ideas. Ask them. Well, this one just measures your idea. Well, is it perfect? And if it isn't, why not? Why didn't you ask someone else? Why isn't the right person doing the right thing? Why don't you have the most capable person doing what you want done? And if you don't have the right answer, well, you shouldn't be making decisions. That's all there is to it. And you walk that back, and you stop arguing about history, because why would you? It's a bunch of people clubbing each other over the head, okay? If you want to do it scientifically, measure how much energy they used and which civilizations turned out to be the most stable. You know, account for as they learned how to harness energy from animals and steam and oil, and just watch how the joules are spent, watch where they're stored, watch where they come from. If you had a video of that, that would just show you history. You make of it what you want. You layer ideology on top of that, and you end up with teams. Well, I don't like the way that team used their energy, and I don't like the way that team used their energy. Okay, well, so what? That's history. That's gone. Brand new world, starting now. So you have a measurement now for whatever you want to measure. Just find out the best one. That's all. But ultimately, the only way to get it into the system is to have it go in a way that's popular, that people like. Otherwise, why would anyone adopt an idea? There are a million ideas. There are infinite ideas. You only want the ones that benefit you, because why would you pick one that didn't? Doesn't make sense. So this one allows you to sort. You can sort information in a objectively meaning everyone agrees, objectively qualified way. At least in that direction, as high as your resolution of quality is, meaning as many people.
I realized a long time ago, several years ago, that in order to give myself the maximum possible benefit in my life, I would also need to benefit everyone around me to the maximum possible.
Perfect. That's it. So that's the secret, is to do things that are mutually beneficial. See, you know, and everyone knows this. There's nothing new, and it's just a way to show it on a chart that says, okay, your target is something that benefits everyone, and if iterated infinitely, would benefit the whole world. Could you iterate that idea infinitely? Okay, that's the best idea. What if you couldn't? Well, that's when you start drawing lines. If you can't, I don't know. The good one, I guess, is alcohol. Should everyone drink alcohol? If everyone drank alcohol all the time, would that be good or bad? Well, it'd be bad if everyone did that all the time. Okay, so where's the line? What age do you start? Do you have an upper age limit? Do you have a limit per day? You start drawing lines where it starts affecting other people's lives. Anyway, that's just something to think of there. But I gotta go. I appreciate the time. What my big idea is, I'd like this to be. I don't have any credentials because I just came up with it and it's just an idea. I need people who have the ambition to examine it and turn it into, a real science. One of my best friends is the provost at University of Maine. He's going to be looking at it, maybe turn it into some kind of a class there. But it's just a new tool. And the history is how to speed up time. How do you make things work faster technologically? And it's the way to do it. People aren't fighting. Well, of course, they're going to work on better ideas. If they don't have anything to fight about anymore, why would they? But I appreciate the time. Jen, thank you very much. And Doovid, thank you. Nice to meet you. I don't mean, I come off as roughshod a little bit sometimes, because in my mind, I don't mean to offend anyone, but there's philosophy, there's nothing to talk about anymore. Religion, there's nothing to talk about anymore, unless you want to. If you want to talk about religion, okay, fine, but that has no bearing on what's really going on as far as, I mean, it does. I don't say that. But to understand it better, if you're talking about religion, well, you're talking about the wrong thing, because religion is just one idea and it has a certain amount of influence on people that are affected by it and the rest of the world. Well, just look at the influence. Don't look at the religion. Don't see it as a my team or their team. As soon as you do that, that's the end of any kind of scientific analysis. That's why you can't analyze history scientifically. That's impossible, because you're looking at opinions about things that may or may not have happened. So pick a new thing that may or may not have happened. Pick something that nobody can dispute. how many joules are spent per day, per hour. You'll see big bright spots with bombs, and you'll see big trails as people mine coal out of the ground and pump oil out. You watch those trails of energy. Well, that's how you tell the future. You just watch the energy trails. What do people do with their energy? That's all there is. So anyway, but the practical part is to create a tool for big tech. And part of the profits will go to this group, and we'll be spreading it out in a way with the least amount of heat loss. So that's just enough to take care of myself and my family, but comfortably, not ostentatious at all. And anybody that wants to be ostentatious can't be involved. I don't want those people involved. But anyway, so that's how you know. That's how you know it's true. That's how you know this theory works, is because what's going to happen. And I'm saying this as matters of fact because I don't see how it could go any other way. It might, it's possible, I guess, but how could it not? If you had a system to measure quality objectively, why would you use any other? There's no reason to. That'd be stupid. So here it is. I'm just waiting for it to get through the rungs and find someone who really knows how to get to big tech with it and present it. That's that goal. And then in the end game is, well, it transcends language. Now you can just decide on whether you want to have war or not. Now it's an option, not a prerequisite. Just watch the pixels. Okay, I gotta go. Thank you again. Nice talking.
Thanks for coming on. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks. Welcome back, Doovovid. So, yeah.
I was hoping more for an interview than. I mean, if he hasn't systematized his philosophy, I mean, that's understandable. But so if he's got for his own benefit or the benefit of the people he's trying to win over, or convince, or teach his ideas, to systematize it. But yeah, I had actually been hoping more for an interview, and maybe it was spoiled just because of events, which I mean, God forbid, it's just maybe poor streaming etiquette. Where okay, like we're friends on Facebook and we're talking, but like streaming etiquette is streaming etiquette, and God forbid, it's just going to hurt himself to have poor streaming etiquette, just like it's going to only hurt yourself to not formulate your ideas in the best possible manner.
I don't know. I kind of like it because I feel like brother would get mad at me like that. I like the rough and tumble stuff. Sometimes I kind of feel like if someone's willing to do that, it's like a higher level of trust.
Well, maybe, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a waste of almost everybody's time.
Well, you're saying like, oh, it's got to be this big time proposal, but it's like, isn't the whole point to get someone at a point where communication works, and you can't rush that? So it's like better not to focus on the time element when you're focusing on knowledge. That's how I see it anyway.
Well, because time is always the most factual element there. They're saying you could focus on it or not, but they're saying that if there's anything measurable, the time is probably the most easily to measure.
Well, I agree that it's like proper scheduling in regular life is important because it's good to be organized. But then when you're doing, spiritual stuff, you almost have to pay less attention to time just because things happen quantum mechanically in learning. They don't happen linearly.
And maybe we don't have to get into the Jews as management idea, but the management in general, where I give the example many times. It's like, you're a real jerk. You should go into management. There's a perfect job for people like you. And so okay, like Doovovid worked in day trading, stocks, and all various construction management. Almost everything I've done has tiered management. And there's an element like management just says, no, your idea is not going to work. Your idea is not worth the time. No resources are going to be allocated to your idea. And that's the response of the majority. I'm saying, like, to be, someone enjoys saying no to people is more qualified for management than someone who enjoys saying yes to people, because the job of management is largely to say no to people and tell them you're messing up, you're doing it wrong, and certain personality types will fit into that. So like Doovid could fit into that. Like no one's buying your idea, you're not making any money off of it, and there's a process and procedure where you could say like, no, I'm basically 100% sure you're not making any money off your idea, because you haven't avowed yourself to the process or procedure of that you would have to do in order to make a business proposal and get investors, or to file the proper government paperwork, and these various things are to say like you're not buying a house, you're not opening a business, you haven't done these things, it's not going to happen. And when I see the evidence of these things happening, then I'll start taking it seriously, and also scientifically, publicly, publication. Do you plan on getting your ideas scientifically published? And so Doovid is constantly saying the same things to everybody. What does it take to have quality research that is publishable in this level? What's the question that you're asking? What are the various degrees answers that other people are giving, in the history of these ideas and answers? And how does your answer fit in with these various things? So your average person is like, I got no idea. And so it's like, yeah, you have to do hundreds of hours of research in order to publish. And if you don't do the hundreds of hours of research, maybe thousands of hours of research, you will never be published, 0% chance. So, so like if you were, this is just week in review with Doovid, Church of Entropy. Yeah, I'm not like your thesis advisor saying like, back to the drawing board. It's like, no, that's not a thesis. Or even like JF and just saying that's not a show. Saying like, no, I just want to get to a bigger audience. Saying like, no, that's not really a show. Maybe it is. Like, yeah, JF could have you on. That's a show. Let's see where it goes. Or you say, I know enough about JF and the show. Like, that's not even a show. You have to develop your idea and prepare it a little bit better before you could even present it to a wider audience and various things like that. So that's largely what I want to use Week in Review for. And it's kind of like, okay, like a meeting of management, like Vince. Saying if Vince is getting, he's moving up in the streamosphere and he's getting promoted to management, but there's always senior management. And when you have, the meeting between management and employees is different between senior management and the team of various lower level management. And that's your meta-analysis where maybe it's an IQ thing, a science type thing, where you just like can't give you meta-analysis because he hasn't been trained how to do it. And he doesn't know it's something of value that he's going to go into the research of doing. And so if it's Lieber or any of these other people that come on the show and have good ideas, then to go on the level of meta-analysis to, value proposition type thinking, where how does your idea fit in the relation to other ideas in terms of streaming? What makes for interesting streaming of the combination of ideas that, okay, this guy's got this idea and that guy has this idea, and therefore they might make an interesting stream. And, in terms of building up audiences. And, me and Jennifer, we look as like online thesis advisors or something like that, where to some extent, we want people that are, willing to do the work to write a thesis. And we're coming, like from a different angle. Doovid is going to tell you, going to assign you your metaphorical homework, and we're going to help sharpen your ideas. And hopefully we could even, book you on bigger shows. But that's, also like the booking agent, saying like, yeah, I could book you, but like, trust me, you're not qualified yet. You need to, perfect these things. And once you do that, like, no problem, I'll book you.
I don't see JF taking his ideas seriously, unfortunately. And I don't see a pathway to making him take it seriously, because his standard of acceptance would fall outside of the sphere of a standard acceptance of entertaining a theory in the first place.
Yeah, and so if he had the intellectual rigor to argue his ideas within a different paradigm other than his own, like I did, where when I argued with JF, I didn't bring the Talmud and Pilpul. I argued within the Western paradigm of empiricism in science and the Western tradition, even though I'm a believer in these other things that I didn't really bring up because JF just, flat up said he doesn't accept that as authoritative. So yeah. That's what makes for
that. That's what makes for a good exchange, because if you're not debating on their axioms, then it's basically talking past each other. You at least want to make the attempt to bear out the arguments in their axioms to whatever extent is possible, because that's the strongest argument, right? Is disproving their position within their axioms.
Yeah, and so it's, I mean, it's like the investor portfolio, the business write up, where you're looking at the value proposition. Like what he wants is him to just hand over his platform to him and ask him kind of like some light bulb questions where he's going to get to preach. And in his own mind, he's going to walk away a hero, and thousands of people are going to be like, oh my God, I can't believe I finally heard this stuff. You're awesome. Like these ideas are what I've been waiting for my whole life. When in reality is, like, no, I mean, JF is going to cut the interview short, and he's like, that's the problem with these people who have no clue what they're talking about, or whatever.
I'm remembering the comments on the first time I went on JF's. Did you read any of those comments below the stream? The first time I was on JF's when it really didn't go very good.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was kind of obvious, like, to people who know the dynamics of how these things work, and but you have to go through the learning process. You could make predictions, but largely the predictions are largely going to be false, and they're going to have to be readjusted with the results. So how the reaction to his ideas in front of a larger audience is going to, most places are largely hostile. So anybody putting him in front of a larger audience is probably doing it for the entertainment of the crowd, to just kind of destroy him. And so even JF, like, it's more going to be entertainment for JF.
But not for me. It wasn't set up like that for me. I passed the test, the baptism of fire. I had a clip actually, because JF seems to have come around on my moon-centric life hypothesis, aka the Agraqua hypothesis, that actually Vince was one of the first people to understand. So go Vince.
Yeah, well, if it's related to stories, legends, and the Vedas,
I didn't take it from anything from that. I mean, it's a mind-centric approach, right? So you got, Purusha, Prakriti, like those things, in my opinion, don't really lend themselves to any sensical materialist counterparts. And when I say materialist, I mean like spiritual materialism, where you're including photons in your basic field model.
Yeah, I mean, teachings, people have to understand things that, like, Masonry is a system that clearly delineates these things. And like I was going to talk about, music, and the most famous known examples of, Masonry related to the business is, relatively classical music. The most famous, well-known, respected Masons are largely musicians, and that goes back hundreds of years. But it's this dynamic of organization of people and understanding of karma and collective karma and audiences and societal structure and in various things. But you'd have a systematized, something that's useful, because this is how a system that people use, and it was successful because it created Western society. It helped create these structures that we find around us today, even though the system, you could look at it and say, it was a flawed system, just like all systems, versus some sort of universal truth system that explains our reality. And we didn't even, Libra has to assess his approach to streaming. So I mean, really, like, I should have just grilled him with a whole bunch of questions, and he shouldn't really have preached. But like, his desire is more to preach, and that's his mode. So he's got to see
Libra.
Yeah,
I think he meant Vincent.
Well,
no, he's talking about Super Libra, because that was the other guy that was on with the rainbow thing.
Well, both of them essentially are here to preach, and not to necessarily submit their ideas to a rigorous scientific process. So it's like Vince comes on and gives the research, and so if you just let him go on, he'll go on forever. Or if you want to do the ideas, but saying, okay, is he here to subject his ideas and research to peer review, so to say? And so, okay, was Super Libra here basically to preach his ideas, or was he here to subject his ideas to peer review? And saying, okay, so we can review, we would more like people that are here to subject their ideas to peer review and are avowed to that process. So like JF so to say, like he gets the most point for destroying your ideas. You know, like the peer review.
He didn't destroy my idea. He insulted my idea, which actually counts against him because it's an indication of cognitive dissonance. But he's
basically him saying your ideas aren't ready for the big league. They're not even ready for his platform.
Or he's not ready for my ideas, but maybe that's changed. As I said, I've got a clip of him talking about that hypothesis, which is a shame that video is no longer on the internet because it was on Halsey's and it got taken down. So I'm really disappointed about that because now he's changed his opinion. So what does that tell you?
I wanted to say something about Libra. Well, not about Libra, about the chart that he's proposing. Because he's trying to make it like a universal thing, and there are concepts that just don't fit there. Like earlier he was talking about how you can fit religious ideas onto his graph. But there are ideas that can't be fit onto the graph. And I was going to ask him a specific question earlier. Jen, you brought up enlightenment being the unification of opposites.
I don't think I used those words.
You didn't use those exact words, but you sort of implied it with the whole we have the drive to pain and the drive to pleasure. But Doovid, are you familiar with you're familiar with the Sephiroth, right?
The Sephiroth? You mean the Sephiros, the Kabbalah Sephiros, or the Sephiroth? I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, my mic might not be the best, but Sephiroth. Yeah, the on Tree of Life.
Yeah, I mean the 10 emanations. I guess emanations is usually.
Are you familiar with the 11th?
I don't know if you mean the Kesser Das dispute. I mean, most systems know there's only 10.
Yeah, most systems there's only 10, but some acknowledge an 11th called Dot, or I'm not sure how it's pronounced, honestly. Never actually heard it.
I mean, it's the same 10. It's there's, I don't know if I could do a diagram, but I mean, there's 3 triads, and then the bottom one is kingship. You know, the 10th one, but the top triad in Chabad, like Chabad Lubavitch, the preaching sect, is Chokmah Bina Das, and so it's like a triad with the top 2 ones in the triangle. You're down with Das, as opposed to the classical Kabbalah. It's Kesser Chokmah Das, with the top of the triad being Kesser, and so the Kabbalists say that really it's Kesser Elyon and Kesser Takton. There's higher Kesser, higher crown, and lower crown. Like ironically, Kesser means crown, like Corona. But yeah, I mean, so almost all the Kabbalists say there's only 10, and so when you mean 11, you mean the subdivision. If you mean the Kesser Das thing, you mean a subdivision of the same sphere. It's not that there's 11. It's just that it's disputed whether Das is part of the 10 or Kesser is part of the 10, or whether Das and Kesser are part of the same thing. But almost all the Kabbalists would say, no, it's only 10. We're just talking about what the meaning of one of them is.
Well, yeah, almost everyone agrees that there's only 10, but some Tree of Life diagrams actually show an 11th that's below. How do you pronounce the top one again?
Kesser.
And yeah, some diagrams show an 11th one below that one, and they number it 11. But the concept that 11th one represents is like the simultaneous unification and destruction of.
I'll put it in the chat. I mean, if Jennifer wants to put it up, I mean, it's even on Wikipedia, this chart, so you could see what he's
But I was
about.
gonna bring that concept up earlier and see what Supra had to say about it.
Yeah, I would have wanted more to just grill him and interview him, and even say like, okay, if he doesn't want to use his legal name, I would have started with his bio, or his reason why he doesn't want to, so if he has, a bio that he wants to give, or his reasons for not wanting to give it, and we could have moved on. And then, about kind of the history of his ideas, or like what he professionally studied and various things. I think it would have been more useful to the audience to, just get a bunch of answers to those questions. That diagram there, you're gonna have to click on the screen so it stays up when I'm talking. And it's that little chart there that is in the bottom corner, and you'll see the Kessler and Das. Kessler is on top, but it's not visible on the screen. It's on the bottom right hand corner. So, but the diagram on Wikipedia will, if Jennifer could figure out how to get it visible, I think it clearly answer your or I don't know if you're asking a question, but it just people visualize what you're talking about.
Well,
You can't get that picture in the center of the screen, Jennifer?
For whatever reason, clicking on it is a link back to the page itself. So there appears to be no way to zoom in on this picture. So I'm just doing like a literal zoom in on the screen. It's just about as big as I can get it, so it still fits.
Okay, yeah, maybe just take me off or take the picture off so people could see the whole thing.
Okay.
So, yeah,
I cannot see it.
Okay, now it looks good. At least I'm seeing on the screen. So the top one, there's these 3 triads, and the top one here you see is Kessler, but so if you count, there's 11. And if you don't count the top one, or you don't count the darker blue one dot in the center, there's 10. So the question is really, you're saying there's only 10, and the question is it the dot or the Kessler that you count? And I was mentioning the triads, that Chabad is the acronym for the triad of Chokmah, Bina, Das. And so, Chabad doesn't use Kessler in it, they use Das in it. And then you have the next triad, Chesed, Gevurah, Tiferes, and these are balancing of power. So Chokmah, Chesed is kindness, and Gevurah is strength. There could be love and fear. Tiferes means beauty, it's the middle ground. And the Netzach, Hod, Yesod. So there's 3 triads. And the bottom one is Malchut, which is kingship in the Kabbalistic theory. That's the manifestation in the material realm. All the other are spiritual precursors to be manifested in Malchut, kingship in the material realm. But Kessler, which is crown, so either the top triad is, all 3 of the triads, if Kessler is not part of the triad, are triangles with the base, the 2 bases on top, and the center element below it. So if Kessler is on top, then you still have 3 triads, but the top triad then would be facing up. So I don't know if that representation shows that what how he was talking about, or why in general you cared or were interested in talking about this.
Oh well, I wasn't actually talking about like the whole tree of life itself. I was really trying to bring up the concept of Das, because that is a very complex concept, and I would be very curious to hear how Supra would respond in hearing that. And
well, he didn't let me interview him, so that's why I said, what are the basis of his ideas? And I mean, he's kind of like a Mayavadi, like to like ISKCON, like Hare Krishna, just like he's a Mayavadi, and he's got one of these theories like I am God, everything is God, and so it's just one of these like Mayavadi theories where, even say like Jennifer is kind of like a Mayavadi, and it's just like this, like I am God, everything is God. Like, see, doesn't it make sense? Because I am God and everything is God, and it just becomes this circular, Mayavadi argument where it always comes back to I am God and everything is God. Didn't that clarify all your questions? They're like, no, that didn't clarify any of my questions. It's like, that's just because you don't really understand that I am God and everything is God. So, so from, I guess, a Gaudi Vaishnava, different Hindu schools, like that's a negative thing to be a Mayavadi, and you can't really get anywhere in philosophy as a Mayavadi because it's stuck in this like circular thing where your idea is answering all questions, and therefore all questions don't mean anything because your idea answers all questions.
Yeah, that actually does seem to be what he's doing.
And it's saying from an academic level, you're saying like no, it's completely worthless. Like that doesn't have any academic value. Like as someone who believes in a spiritual system, I believe it has value, and he's on the right progress. He's basically trying to do the exact same thing I'm doing, but from as like a spiritual seeker, but as someone who Jennifer has a background in physics and finance and these things, you say the value of that in the material realm is zero. So if I was day trading or doing my business, making millions of dollars, and people are like, how do you do it, Doovid? And I'm like, oh, I got this system. And then it's like, you want to hear my system? Still, most people wouldn't really care. And the only reason they would care is not really because they want to know my system, but because they want to replicate my success in some form. And so like that. So from that perspective of Supra, is his system, like Jennifer saying, like it's a true system, it's part of some tradition that people part of this tradition all know this same truth. Is it something that he realized? Is it some universal truth that anybody could have accessed? And these kind of like basic systematized questions that maybe he hasn't thought about. But if he can't really answer these questions, he's not going to be able to successfully represent his ideas to other people. Or to me, it's just kind of like, it's just second tier. It's cringe, like the Mayavadi circular argument. And like I know when I get into it, so it's just like let's just agree to disagree and move on. Like okay, multiple.
I don't think I make Mayavadi arguments ever.
Well, I'm saying like anybody like in ISKCON, like it would universally say like this woman's a Mayavadi. But I was saying that may be a pejorative that they're overusing that example. But
Mayavadi is basically it's true because I said it. And even though that's true in my case, it's only true because I can actually prove what I'm saying. It's not like I think that things are made true simply by my declaring them. That would seem to be the Mayavadi fallacy.
Yeah, and just to get like axioms, agreement on axioms, you could have a axiomatic system.
So wait, is Mayavadi a person?
Mayavadi is a Hindu theology.
Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with it. I'm familiar with ISKCON.
I mean, Maya, like you're referring to Maya, the impure material modes, and like Vadi, I guess, would be like some sort of follower of the material realms. But it's a pejorative of a school, and Shankaracharya generally is, according to ISKCON, considered a Mayavadi because he said you didn't need deity worship and you don't need to do the deity worship because like I am God and you are God and everything is God, and therefore like like everything. Some people give the same claim, like Kabbalist and Shabbatai Tzvi. Because of Kabbalah, sin could be good deeds. You could turn sin into good deeds, and so from the ISKCON perspective, that Shankaracharya is just a bunch of God forbid Mayavadi rubbish, so Super Libra and Jennifer are from that perspective, they're Mayavadis, and they're going to resort to this like circular thing where everything I say makes completely sense because I am God and everything is unified. And if you don't understand, just because you don't understand, and once you understand, you'll come back and admit that I was right. And now that you understand, whatever this kind of like perpetual, as opposed to process.
Sounds like communism.
Well, I mean, because it's a pejorative. Like, okay, that's just me and Jennifer have enough overlap where we see a value to both of us because we're advancing very similar ideas, even though I lean towards Ramanujacharya, she leans towards Shankaracharya, or various different schools. I lean towards personalism, she leans towards impersonalism, and but it doesn't mean that we haven't had large amounts of success in advancing theories like quantum mind, the science and reincarnation, various things that we largely agree upon, even though there are fundamentals. So, so I was telling Super Libra on the Facebook earlier that's why we have a good dynamic show, because we could always just keep on advancing our ideas, and a large amount of what I'm doing and what she's doing is useful to the advancement of both of our ideas, and it's interesting enough because we have enough fundamental disagreements that we could go on for hours, arguing about new ideas.
Are you in agreement with ISKCON, or would you just say they're like basically?
Well, I promote ISKCON, like if you see my webpage, like but no, I would have to subscribe to like a multiple truth hypothesis, and I would guess most people in ISKCON do not subscribe to a multiple truth hypothesis, though they might be more likely to than other leanings, because I mean most people in ISKCON believe that they have, in essence, the one truth, as opposed to Doooovid, who would recognize they have the truth, but it's the truth of many truths, and people like Radhanath Swami or other people might so to say dog whistle these ideas, but then at the same time it'd be like an orthodox form of Gaudiya Vaishnavism, but that's specifically the Hinduism I'm most congregationally affiliated with. But in terms of philosophy and theology, I'm more open-minded than dogmatic in one school. But I'd say like, okay, like I'm leaning towards ISKCON, and Jennifer's leaning towards Arya Samaj. So obviously there's a lot of overlap, but there's fundamental differences. And I was going to talk about Vivekananda tonight. It's like neither me or Jennifer are followers of Vivekananda, but I was just going to set it out there for a scholarly interest, and it's important to both of us. Say neither one of us are followers of Vivekananda, but the effect of Vivekananda teaching, possibly one of the biggest proponents of the Vedas in the West, was just something that I thought was interesting to me, her, and possibly a segment of our audience.
Because see, I actually oppose ISKCON, not because of like their worship of Krishna or Vishnu or anything like that, but because they're very cult minded. They're very
And you oppose, like, you think that they should be registered as a cult and kicked out of America?
No, not like that.
You oppose them theologically.
I oppose them theologically.
They're a false representation of Hinduism, or you oppose them like you don't want to join them, but you actually kind of like them, and you have friends that do it, but it's just not for you.
No, I oppose them philosophically and theologically. Not that like they're not that like Krishna and Vishnu are invalid deities to worship, or that the practices they employ are invalid, but some of the beliefs that they hold, like they actually replace Vishnu with Krishna, because Krishna is an incarnation of Vishnu. But they'll say that Krishna is the supreme, and some of the more radical ISKCON members will actually say you can't worship anyone other than Krishna, otherwise you're engaging in you're not worshiping the one true God.
Well, I mean, it's an Orthodox school, like any Orthodox school that basically says they have the one version of truth.
Like it's just sounds like it's Noahide compliant, doesn't it? Isn't that the obvious conclusion to draw from that?
Well, no, I mean that's Vince's conspiracy theory that you might be able to draw from the management structure of it, as opposed from what the religion itself teaches. So you say, okay, like there's a Noahide body that, largely Masons that are management in charge of ISKCON, may or may not change the bearing of the actual religion itself. I mean, just like...
Yeah, so what Howie doesn't like is the Freemasonic influence, sounds like.
Oh, no, I don't mind Freemasonry at all.
But what you're describing in your little ISKCON example, that's a Freemasonic ideal. I mean, that's only...
he seems to be... he seems to be making
like
a basic complaint that he doesn't like them because they think they have the only truth, and that all of the truths are...
my thing is
which I'm largely accepting, and I'm saying, yeah, but like every group basically, every Orthodox group basically thinks that.
my thing is that they kind of did what Christians did, because if you actually
Well, they
bother
kind of do what every Orthodox group does. That's
if
Christians,
you actually
Muslims,
bother
Jews, and any group that thinks that they have the universal form of truth. That's not uncommon. It's
if
just
you actually bother reading the Bible, you see that Christ was just a man who realized that he was God and we are all God, and he tried explaining that to people.
where you're claiming.
But then
Right,
followers
you
of
have the
Christ
correct
were like, he is
interpretation
the
of
one.
Christ.
He's
He is the
claiming
one
Christ
and
was a
only God.
Maya body.
Well, I mean, you're claiming that you have some sort of unique insight or better interpretation of the Bible than.
Well, no, I don't have a unique insight. I've a lot of people actually do hold this insight. It's just that mainstream Christianity does not.
Well, yeah, because I mean, what are you saying? Mainstream? You're saying Orthodox versions that believe that they have the only truth. And you're taking a Masonic approach where Jesus is just a great teacher, like many other great teachers, but obviously from an Orthodox perspective of Christianity, that's heretical. Because Jesus was not just a great teacher like other great teachers. Jesus, the head of unique truth religion that in theory is the only truth. It's just like any just like ISKCON or any Orthodox group. So I mean, to me, there's just cult craft. Like I don't. If your complaint is against the rules of cultcraft. I say the rules of cultcraft derive from what I would say natural law. Like it has to be this way. That's just an organizational principle.
Well, what Jen said was actually what I am trying to say. Christ was a Maya body. We are all God, or what he taught was that we are all God, and he just happened to be one of the people who became enlightened and realized it. But when you become enlightened, it's hard to describe that to people who are not enlightened. And with Krishna, it's the same way. Krishna is an incarnation of Vishnu. Krishna is not superior to Vishnu. Krishna is an offshoot of Vishnu, one of 25 apparently.
Well, I mean that's a disputed.
ISKCON
That's obviously disputed theology.
ISKCON does exactly what Christianity does and puts Krishna in the place of Vishnu, whereas Christianity puts Christ in the place of God or Yahweh or whatever name you want to put to God, because the Bible itself has about 72 or so.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously. I mean, so what? Obviously.
But yeah, the placement of man above or in the place of God is what I really oppose.
Well, I mean, who are you to oppose it? You're saying you oppose it because you subscribe to some system of rules and logic, and this goes against it, or you oppose it because, like, you're a prophet and know the will of God, and this goes against the will of God, or you oppose it because, like, somehow you have a bias and self-interest that this somehow doesn't benefit your own self-interest.
Well, I'd oppose it because if you are believing in God, you should be worshiping God. And
should, we use the word like should, they say, because you have some absolute standard of truth that you've deciphered, and now on this absolute standard of truth, you've determined that this is an incorrect according to some absolute standard of truth, as opposed to these correct options that they have, and for whatever reason are nefariously choosing this incorrect logical option.
Well, let's go back to the Bible for a minute. The Bible, the Old Testament says, don't worship any gods before me. Don't worship idols. Don't engage in idolatry. But worshiping a man instead of God is actually a form of idolatry.
Well, all these things are disputes. Like, obviously, the followers of religions have different ways of understanding these things. So if you're just making a point of logic,
idolatry is like relative to the religion.
And even, the guy was arguing with Luke Ford. It's like, just like people like the JQ, it's like, like within Judaism, generally, hypocrisy is not a high crime. And it's like, like, I pointed out a contradiction in your religion, and he didn't even seem to care. Like, yeah, it's like, so you proved out a contradiction in my religion. You proved that two aspects of my religion are contradictory. Am I supposed to care? Like, so what?
I would care, but it's not a universal thing.
Well, I mean, but that you have to have some axiom that so like I'm hearing how he's like, okay, I hear your point, but like saying like I'm trying to get him to recognize the assumptions he has to make that are necessary for him to even think he has a point, because like and so okay, and it's going to be like a Gandalf type thing, like, well, like obviously no one cares what your opinion is. And it's like, well, yes, people care what my opinion is. And it's just going to be the Doovidian arguments. Like, no, like, your opinion really just doesn't matter. My opinion doesn't matter. Opinions don't matter.
I think they do. Opinions on fact is basically the only thing.
But, I mean, 2 years later, we're still having that argument. So I mean, I don't have to go through that with, Howie. But you're just saying like, no, Doovid does not, give much weight to your opinions, and because it's not specifically anything against you. It's a systematic thing where I don't value opinions.
Yeah, I get it. Aiken Drum had a question. He wants you to summarize the Masonic truth in a simple set of bullet points. I don't know if you want to take that one, but thought I'd throw
I
it.
had a whole presentation, and I don't know your schedule tonight, and so I'm more in the realm of scholarship, in saying that what's going to benefit people is not really presenting their ideas. It's going to be more research, or definitely preaching, or trying to convince people. There's a room for debate, and it has to be discussed. What's the best path to chart forward, and generally, like, if you don't have a clear value proposition, let's just present research and do more research on this. So like, no, I mean, it's not like, I'm not doing like Ask the Mason, like I do it like I'm a Jew, I like Judaism, I'm doing Ask the Rabbi. I'm trying to the multiple truth hypothesis is similar to what I'm calling the Mason religion, and that's such a contestable topic that people, there is no Masonic religion, or no, it's not. So so it's just like a debate whether I even want to mention all these relationship between like Masonry, metaphysics, and my multiple truth hypothesis, and all the arguments that are related to it. And it's like, okay, like, Doovid's a Jew, I promote Judaism, I like Masonry. I'm not really a member of a group of Masons. I'm not promoting Masonry. I'm promoting my own interpretation of Masonry, which is really probably in opposition to a lot of people in their view, or I'm not, have no capacity to officially speak on behalf of Masons besides for my scholarship. So I don't think it pays for me to I don't know how to take these questions, but like for Jennifer, she doesn't know enough, or maybe she doesn't have an opinion on Masonry, and just looking like, is Doovid right? Is Masonry just like the scientific systematic religion, or is it something else? But Masonry is a science of symbology. There might be other systems, but like certainly Masonry has an encyclopedic organizational structure based on symbology, and Masonry in theory teaches people how to recognize truths that other people miss in a scientific way. Most of that is through recognition of symbols, and that's why I say you have to believe, because it could be like a conspiracy where, like, okay, you go somewhere and it's like, this guy's going to help you, and just give him this code and he'll know you're Mason of this degree, and then he'll help you, versus saying like, no, you're a Mason of this degree, you should recognize these symbols. It's not that you're going to know some secret person or some password. It's that you have a perception level of understanding of reality where you're going to recognize symbols that a person on a lower level, on a perceptual basis, doesn't understand what those symbols mean.
I accidentally dropped out for a minute there, but hearing that last part, yeah, that's my understanding of Masonry, is the symbolism more so than anything else. It's been a while.
That's why you have to insist Masonry is a belief system, whether you want to call it religion or not, that there are factually spiritual forces that are not made by man. So, the conspiracists say Masonry is a man-made conspiracy to control different factors, but from the Masonic point of view, Masonry is a science of symbols and monotheism and ideas to systemize and synthesize it. So, generally I'm a proponent of the system of masonry, but it's such a shrouded idea, and saying masonry is just a system to coordinate and synthesize all these various ideas, kind of like the multiple truth hypothesis, but it had an initiation and societal role where it was arbitrarily decided that in order to progress in society, you need to go through these degrees, and each of these degrees you should master these certain skills and wisdoms in order to progress to the next degree. So when you're in a formal Masonic structure, you have a formal system that is decided that these are the degrees and these are the various tasks you need to complete to advance in the various degrees, as opposed to a scientific system of Masonry that say, okay, there might be a formal Masonic temple and degrees and things that people did to advance degrees, but there's also a theoretical scientific Masonry on a factual level that isn't seen by the ritual inside of the temple, but is seen through the understanding and control of the material realm, and that's largely through the proper recognition of symbols and in terms of mathematics and science too, and that masonry is a system that one of the things you have to do is learn science and the formal systems like the Scottish Rite or something. You actually had to go through like Euclid's proofs or really the classics of Western tradition and take tests on it in that way. So when Vivekananda became a Mason, he was tested, and he was probably tested on like Euclid and these formal ideas in order to say, okay, he gets his degree because he passed the test, as opposed to some theoretical absolute level that say like, no, God organizes man in a way that there are metaphysical actual levels, that's not just a convention among man, but these ideas of varying wisdoms and degrees is actually representative of a metaphysical truth.
And I think I get the symbolism of the 33rd degree being the highest degree in masonry. It has to do with water representing.
Well, that's just one system in the Scottish Rite that is 33 degrees. So in classic masonry, you only have to have 3 degrees, and there's different systems. 7 degrees. They say in the ancient systems, but the Scottish Rite one is the famous one. And like Donald Trump, Scottish Rite, Vivekananda, also probably within the Scottish Rite. But the 33 degrees is relatively arbitrary, and many systems don't have 33 degrees at all.
But
it doesn't mean your symbolism is not accurate. And then it comes to the question: is it arbitrary where the Scottish Rite uses 33 degrees, or is 33 represent some fundamental aspect of the material realm? And generally in the Masonic rites, when you go through degrees, in the numbers they teach you what that number correlates to, and the number many times correlates to material truths and even scientific formulas.
Yeah, see, I've heard 2 explanations for the 33rd degree thing, and one of them was that that's the age that Christ was when he died on the cross, and the other one is more science-based and makes more sense to me, especially given what I've studied up on with Jung, and that's that 33 is the degrees in Fahrenheit that ice melts and becomes water. And the relation to Jung is that water is actually representative of a certain kind of consciousness that is basically enlightened.
What do you mean? I mean, because I've studied this history, so I mean, I'm pretty sure, was it Andrew Celsius, part of the Royal Society? I mean, so he was a Mason. Celsius and Fahrenheit, I believe, was also. I believe Fahrenheit was also a Mason. But I mean, the old school you always say Isaac Newton, you had the Masonic body, which was the Royal Society of London, where you would have performed these rituals. In the time of Newton, it wouldn't have been 33 degrees. It was probably a 14-degree system. But that's how they advanced science. The history of Western science is the history of Freemasonry, and almost all of the theories of the Western world came from these Masonic societies. Going back to the Pythagoreans. So if you say from a pure historical perspective, can you trace the origins of the Royal Society of London and Paris to the Pythagoreans? Is they like no, but the religion people did, and it speaks to so to say the universal truth, and the idea that out of me, you, Vince, Libra, all these other people put our ideas together and form something useful. And we could just try our best and say, okay, maybe we should vow ourselves to some formal system, Masonry, in a belief that Masonry is the eternal truth and somewhat divine method, created by the gods, so to say, to advance progress. And compared to the Vedas, and say that you could have competitive origins, it's just a system. So as long as you vow yourself to the system, like the interfaith process, we could move forward. And so the interfaith process is kind of like, well, it's a process. It's not preaching. It's a self-improvement process. And people in the mode of preaching usually aren't in the mode of self-improvement, because they already went through their hero's journey, and now they're ready to be the hero. As opposed to, like, generally, no, the hero's journey never ends, and the self-improvement process never ends.
Hey, I'm curious. Well, I'm not curious. I just wanted to bring this up because I think it's hilarious. You ever hear those conspiracy theories about Freemasonry being a sex cult?
Well, yeah, I mean, then God forbid there's substantial evidence in saying that it's satanic, and you could look historically, where you preached, pure moral, conservative values to, famous Masons like Thomas Jefferson and well documented Flandering and even Albert Pike, or some of the more famous ones. That it was less than, say, Christian values, that Masonic society didn't necessarily look at these moral values of the Bible as absolute. There were Christian Masons, but Masonry tried to be a universal system. And I think, what Vincent was kind of pointing out, the obvious, that the way that these people who created these alternative visions of Christianity did it was through Masonry. That that was the method that they were able to create a cult and allow their alternative approach to Christianity to successfully mold into larger society.
Yeah. See, I used to be conspiratorial about the Freemasons until I
Why are you
actually bothered.
atheist?
Huh?
You're saying if you're a theistic conspiracy, and you're questioning, does the conspiracy? Yes, I'm a conspiracist, but I believe the conspiracy involves God or involves spiritual forces. Or if you're an atheistic conspiracy, where you say no, it's just the plot of men, and you're not involving spiritual forces or God within the conspiracy.
I used to be a theistic conspiracy theorist when I was a teenager, actually. And
Yeah, you say that Judaism's a form of theistic conspiracy. It's like, yes, we are the chosen people, and I'm sorry, God's in on the conspiracy. Like, all your efforts to fight the conspiracy is not going to help, because it's a conspiracy with God, and the God is the creator of the whole world, and all powerful. So
I was led down a rabbit hole when I was a teenager about the Freemasons being a satanic cult, and I actually believed it for like a year. And then I started learning how to do research, and I started actually doing research, and I figured out, oh, they're actually just trying to teach people good things. At least most of them are. And so, like, the tail end of my conspiracy theory days, I actually stumbled across a video about Shaquille O'Neal as a Freemason. And he's a Freemason. He had a 33rd degree ring that he showed off on TV once. But this conspiracy theory video was like, he's showing off that ring like he's proud to have taken donkey dick up the ass. And I just sat there laughing like, oh my God.
I don't know about Shaquille O'Neal's mental abilities, but it's like, no, I mean, these days it's like an honorary title they give people, or it could be bought. Like, but I mean, historically, like, no, I mean, you had to do things like solve all of Newton's, that go through all of Euclid's proofs to be, even to reach the 14th degree, let alone the 33rd degree. And so it's like, okay, is it? I mean, I don't know. It's possible Shaquille O'Neal has been through all of Euclid's proofs, but from a conspiratorial view, that you have a society that bestows, and calls people the top-ranking Masons, and the people aren't really qualified, versus a historical system that say, like, no, if Shaquille O'Neal is legitimately a 33rd degree Mason, that means he's been through all of Euclid's proofs.
Well, my thing is, I think it's funny that people actually believe this story about, and I don't even know where this story came from. It didn't come from the Masons. It didn't come from anyone who's into a Masonic lodge.
Well, because Masonry is probably the most powerful force of organizing.
They think that people who become high-ranking Masons actually fuck animals. And it's just ridiculous. There's no evidence of that. This theory came out of nowhere.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, God forbid, I mean, be like Ozzy Osbourne or something like that. Because usually the most famous Masons, or say, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but are your entertainers, people in front of a crowd, because generally Masonry is the rules of human organization. So the people in front of the crowds in human organization, politicians, entertainers, musicians, are the most likely to be Masons. And historically, you think like Mozart and conductors, Aleister Crowley, and like Ozzy Osbourne or something. So if you're thinking like, who's the most famous Mason? Like President Trump. But in older days, you might have thought like, well, like heavy metal entertainers, Aleister Crowley, Ozzy Osbourne, and they might have been right that those people were doing some messed up satanic stuff, and it could be a general corruption like Jeffrey Epstein and stuff like that, where you've been due to the fallen state of humanity and desire to sin, that the beneficent proper rituals became degenerated because people were just at a lower moral level, and that could degenerate, God forbid, into bestiality. And then, so that no, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. And if you're looking at a spiritual force and saying the Kabbalah, will use the expression that people lose their free will. Jennifer has a different concept of that, but so that as you're become in front of the crowd, that a person's own free will becomes limited, and they largely act out on group or crowd think that is different than their normal, had they not been in front of the crowd, their normal karma. And so like Jeffrey Epstein type actions, God forbid, or even bestiality could be a natural consequence of being in front of the crowd and not being able to control the forces, because the person didn't go through a self-refinement process to handle the karma of being in front of a crowd. Just like we had Vince on the show earlier. It's like, that's just karma, like being in front of the audience, being considerate, valuing other people's time. That's just basic karma. It doesn't require any complicated science. And so too of Masonry. Masonry is based on the laws of karma. And if mankind isn't pure enough to fulfill the obligations of the sanctity of running human society, there's a patterned way that degeneracy will fall into, and is more likely to fall into the elites and the leadership. And so yes, it could be where you say like, this stuff doesn't make sense. Why the hell would anyone engage in, like, God forbid, bestiality? But you say like, well, if you were the person who was bearing the karma of the crowd by being in front of it, you two also might have engaged in this, God forbid, behavior.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It was
You,
like Bill Clinton even says that, saying like he did it because he could, and if the climate at the White House was more refined, like Bill Clinton would have been an honorable leader that would have been trying to help out more poor people or whatever, and not hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein or Monica Lewinsky or whatever. But because he hadn't been through the refinement process, that when he got to that position, he couldn't resist the spoils that come with power. And so me and Jennifer talk about that all the time, the righteous leader and cult craft, but the person legitimately has to have went through a refinement process so that they don't that they're more likely to fight the corruption of the power. And okay, maybe like Jeffrey Epstein, God forbid, that makes sense, where you could say, okay, like if I had a bunch of power and money, I could do whatever I want, even though it's immoral and bad, could at least see like, yeah, I could see people doing that. It doesn't surprise me that Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew and Jeffrey Epstein were doing that, because I could see any man with that money and power would have a temptation to do that, as opposed to like bestiality. You're saying like, no, that doesn't really make sense. Like, I don't see why someone would engage in that. But then from the no, there's something, forces that cause people with the karma of the crowd to act in irrational ways that wouldn't be explainable, to say like, no, you wouldn't imagine that if you were had absolute power and could have any of the pleasures that the world offers, that's the one that you would choose. But there is some sort of pattern that, God forbid, elites or people in that karmatic position somehow do fall into the patterned path of sin.
Yeah.
It's
Actually,
even laid out in the Bible. I mean, the Bible even says, you reach a certain degeneracy, and you're going to see bestiality. It's connected.
yeah. Now, this is a little bit of a tangent, but it does have to do with what you were just talking about. A lot of these the most shocking entertainers, like Marilyn Manson types, they're actually really shy in their personal lives, but when they get up on stage and they do all this crazy shit, it's like something happens in their brain that just they let go. And
Because it's a LARP. I mean, saying for a general, if you're looking, they're a Mason more on the side of sin than good. Generally, they've sold their soul to be allowed to do some sort of sinful activity, which is probably usually a form of forbidden relationships, and they get into a LARP where basically they're a priest of one of the passions, one of lower deity, and the reason they do it because they get certain benefits of usually forbidden pleasures or forbidden relationships, and they know that as a good Christian you can't have these forbidden relationships, but as a priest towards these certain deities of passion, it goes along with being able to enjoy these certain forbidden relationships. So that in essence the person's shy, unless they've truly transformed into a priest of the deity. And it's not just that they did the ritual, God forbid, like, so say they slept with the temple prostitute, and therefore became the temple priest because not because they desired to, but just because they had relations with the temple prostitute, versus the person that's fully embraced the job of being one of these priests of passion. And you're saying that case they may no longer be shy. So if you're saying Marilyn Manson, he's a low ranking Mason, that like in essence somehow he became that character due to the desire to have forbidden sexual relationships. And when you see him there, that's the natural consequence of promiscuity and of forbidden relationships and the perversion of Masonry, as opposed to the person who was well worked and refined and had the ability to renounce material pleasures. And so for that perspective, you need that renouncement. If you don't have that renouncement, the person's going to take the fruit of their hard labors, and they're going to want the forbidden fruit. They don't just want like a fair wage, They want the forbidden fruits of their labors, and so in a pure Masonic system, you have both ends. You have people like Manson who are Masons, and you have people like priests that are also Masons. And you could be a priest of the passions and a Mason, and you could be a priest of, so to say, the good and charity, and be a Mason. And there's some interplay where there's a recognition that, yes, the priest of the passion, the devil himself, is also a high-ranking Mason.
So what do you think about the current climate of degeneracy in Western society?
It's hard to rate, whether it's getting higher or lower, but generally degeneracy is the norm. Even to, it's almost like heretical to speak out against degeneracy. I mean, I was, God forbid, the New York Times had this like big thing about this, woman that just gave up on white supremacy. Was reading her bio, and mentioned that she got involved in white supremacy from pornography, and but for the New York Times thing, like that wasn't bad. Like the white supremacy needed to be denounced, but the pornography didn't need to be denounced. And so in like Harvard, I largely blame evolution. I was talking about with Luke Ford, where evolution is largely just an excuse for degeneracy. So when people say they believe in evolution, largely they believe in degeneracy, and that evolution is the largest factor for the degeneracy you see in the West. I mean, obviously people have a desire to sin and get away with it. That's always been the case. But when you see the structure of Western society and how people go about sinning and trying to get away with it, that it's on an evolutionary based model.
Yeah, see, I'm kind of looking at this from more of a perspective of aeons, because allegedly some people believe we're moving into the aeon of Aquarius, and some of those people are very, very, very involved in degeneracy and pushing degeneracy and endorsing degeneracy and encouraging it and all that. And I just got done watching Max Durrat's videos series on Carl Jung's Ion, which is Aeon. It's the same thing. But he basically proposed integrating both the negative and positive aspects of the human psyche in order to create this new aeon and function properly within this new aeon. That's a really bad paraphrase. I'm sorry. It is late here and it's been hot as hell. I'm pretty tired, but that got me thinking about the degeneracy and maybe degeneracy and this asceticism have to be reconciled with each other somehow in order to perfect humanity for this new aeon of Aquarius.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. I mean, if you're trying to advance a scientific idea of an explanation of reality, versus if you're just trying to understand reality in order to fulfill your duty and have a better life for yourself, and they're connected. The level of how much do you need to know to fulfill fulfill our dharma, our obligation, and how much do we need to know in order to minimize our suffering or increase our pleasure, versus what is the actual truth? How do things actually work on an absolute scientific level that may or may not correspond with our own desire to minimize our own suffering?
Someone wants to know in the chat how evolution leads to degeneracy exactly.
Viewing human beings as nothing more than an animal.
That's why JF fits with the will to replicate, where evolution at the heart centers that the most important thing is replication, and that it's natural, so that the Kabbalists, the early rabbis, some of the early Christians, they're like, oh no, evolution is just an excuse that people give to themselves to have immoral sexual relations. That under any normal moral system, sexual relations are completely forbidden outside of marriage. And evolution is an alternative explanation where, God forbid, marriage doesn't even make sense anymore, and possibly forbidden sexual relations now become logical. So you could argue that but as a preacher's tool, generally in a religious realm, like among Orthodox Judaism, as telling Luke, the assumption is evolution is false, and the assumption is that people only believe in evolution because they're, God forbid, a bunch of pervs.
Seems like quite the leap of logic. But
No, it's based because it's the essential tenet of what evolution believes. You're saying like JF's behavior matches his belief system. Jeffrey Epstein's behavior matches his belief system because, like, according to evolution, what Jeffrey Epstein's doing should have been allowed. It's just because we have this remnant of Christian morality or something that it's technically forbidden by law or whatever. But that's not a question of where do you derive your right and wrong, and what does evolution point for? And generally, the one thing that evolution does is give a more positive view towards forbidden sexual relations.
And I would say it's evolution's. Well, it's not evolution, but most people who subscribe to evolution fully, they view human beings as nothing more than another animal, and as an animal, we might as well act like animals.
The essential motivational factor is the will to replicate.
And we might as well not aspire to be anything greater than just another ape on this earth.
So the logic is extremely clear. That you're saying, like, no, I don't believe that the person believes in evolution because there's like logic behind it. I believe the person believes in evolution because they wanted to put the will to replicate at the center of their theology.
Whoop. I thought Howie was going to hop in there. Yeah, I mean, you might have a point. I don't think it's the main driver of degeneracy. I think denying reincarnation is the biggest driver of degeneracy. But I do take your point.
Yeah, they could be related.
I had to get a drink of water. I'm sorry.
Well,
yeah, though you might have a handful of people that somehow simultaneously believe in evolution and reincarnation. You're like, no, no mainstream propagator of the theory of evolution is connected to, has included reincarnation in it, and probably 99 out of 100 mainstream evolutionary thinkers would just immediately reject any attempt to include reincarnation. Although ironically, evolution is also extremely conducive to reincarnation interpretations, even though no mainstream propagators of evolution include reincarnation in their system.
Yeah, it's a real shame. Makes you wonder if it was done on purpose.
Well, and that's where you go. It's the degeneracy. The purpose of evolution was largely degeneracy.
What was the purpose of teaching evolution? Was to make people more degenerate. Is that what you're saying?
No, evolution was created to resolve dissonance. So if you say, like, okay, Jeffrey Epstein and his Harvard professor buddies, Steven Pinker and Koslin and Novak and Marvin Minsky, or the endless name of Nobel Prize winning evolutionists. That type behavior is fitting with the worldview of evolution. Not to say that type behavior didn't exist before evolution, or various things. The type of behavior, is human behavior, but evolution is a justifiable system to say no. It's not just like I'm a bad person and can't control my inclinations. According to the truth of evolution, actually, my sinful behavior is actually quite logical and makes sense, and may even falsely have been labeled sinful by false religions, when in fact, according to evolution, is not only not sinful, it's actually the prescribed best recommended course of action.
And that's Freudian. That's very Freudian.
Well, they come together. Freudian evolution. Freud is applying methods of evolution into psychoanalysis, but it's saying that this essential factor is the will to replicate that largely explains all phenomena.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I never thought of it that way, but I think if the evolution model integrated a reincarnation to it, then it would stop being so causative of degeneracy. Because people would care about like their future lives.
A lot of Wiccans actually.
Well, no, because you would have the orthodox opinion would be that you're reincarnated into your offspring. So even if
that sounds retarded, though. You're not reincarnated as your kids. Your kids are different entities.
You were saying that of all theories of reincarnation, the majority of people who believe in reincarnation are going to believe in some sort of consistency of soul to bloodline, and hence even to evolution and degeneracy and reincarnation might not affect it.
Yeah, I agree. If they take the wrong interpretation of reincarnation, then it will just continue to spread degeneracy. Yes, that's
I'm saying that the wrong interpretation is the most likely natural opinion that the majority of people will take.
No, I think the majority of people will accept reincarnation because
they'll accept reincarnation is most likely to happen in their own direct descendants.
Okay, yeah, I guess so.
And hence, the will to replicate could still be at the center of an evolutionary model with reincarnation, where he's saying still that reincarnation doesn't change the fact that the will to replicate is still the central motivation of all behavior.
Yeah.
A lot of neo-pagans actually believe in both evolution and reincarnation, but they're also a pretty large amount of neo-pagans are very degenerate.
Yeah, even Aristotle discussed it, but any psychotherapist, ancient philosophers say, does the idea come first and the person bases their action off the idea, or does the person formulate a set of actions and then develops ideas to justify their already formulated set of actions?
Are you going to answer, Howie, or I thought he was talking to you?
Well, it might work both ways, actually.
Yeah, almost definitely. But for any of these models, it's kind of the process of science and we can review it. And it's like we're more interested in advancing ideas, and that's how we understand these ideas better by like using a pill pull method of analysis.
I think most people would go for taking the action and then creating the ideology to support the action. But the most of the progress that has been made has been finding an ideology and adhering to it in action.
I think it depends on the ideology to some extent.
Well, yeah.
Doesn't matter how good you are at certain ideologies because they're self-terminating. Basically, the questions reach a brick wall, like the Big Bang is kind of a brick wall that type of thing. So, but yeah, what works is the counterintuitive thing. So the intuitive thing works on the long run, but the counterintuitive thing works in the short run, because the science is the thing that's actually in touch with reality, whereas our senses are not really in touch with reality. Doooovid, did you know that Howie wants to debate me about Aryan Kangs?
I don't know what that means, but
Oh, the Aryan invasion theory.
To be fair, I don't know what the actual Aryan invasion theory is. I just kind of go off evidence and use the word Aryan to refer to white people with blonde hair or red hair and blue or green eyes.
Yeah, Howie has this theory that all the world civilizations were made by white people with blonde hair and blue eyes, Doovid.
Not made by, but influenced by in the ancient past, before recorded history.
well, I mean, but by like a claim that these important figures like Alexander the Great, even though it's disputed, or Caesar, like were really blonde hair and blue eyes and exhibit or some
No, I mean
theoretical
like,
origin type story where you're saying that there's a prehistoric origin of humanity or
I'm saying a prehistoric civilization origin that just happens to have white people traveling around the world teaching other races and peoples about technologies and civilization. And sometimes
based on evidence or just some
based on evidence.
Within an evolutionary model, or you have some sort of
this
what's your
is
cosmology for the origin of humans in different peoples? You're saying that those people have a different origin, or you're saying everybody has a common origin, and then those people split off in from that common origin and had a different function, or are you saying that they're
well, I don't actually contest mainstream origin for humanity. There were several
you're taking
different.
out of Africa. You're saying like you're saying
no, out of Africa has been debunked even in the mainstream repeatedly, but there are actually several dozen hominids that existed before Homo sapiens around the world, and we do actually have access to some of their genetics. We've been able to test humans, Homo sapiens, for remnants of those genetics, and we've been able to determine that not everyone has the same admixture of pre-sapien hominid genomes.
Yeah, I mean, generally these theories are around for scholarship and substantial scholarship because there's, it's questionable utility, the value of these theories to people to say, like, what happens if a person believes this, to then the question of what would be the depth of scholarship necessary to even point towards a direction of supporting one of these theories. And almost always any of these theories are largely beyond the realm of scholarship. And so to have like a debate on Aryan King theory, you might have an interesting one, but if you're going to have someone that knows, like we're telling, generally about advancing your ideas, just someone that's well versed in your general scholarship and history and knows names, dates, and places. And so to have the most important thing about debate is research. So you could have LARPing and performative debate, which has some minimal value, but like no, I mean generally, the main thing of the debate is the research.
Yeah, and I actually do have research to support this. It actually was the research that convinced me, because I actually I was questioning someone on actually the hominid thing, and they directed me to a an anthropologist who mostly documents the evidence of this ancient culture, civilization, and damn, I'm fucking up my words.
Well,
I'm
because
sorry.
the problem with expertise. So it's okay for you to advance a
This
theory like that.
anthropologist documents
You need
the
expertise
evidence
in fields like
of civilized.
genetics, anthropology, archaeology, other fields. And then, if it's like a conspiracy or like Vince or something where you just like you've collected a handful of experts that have said various things, and then you want to take that to advance your own theory versus full intellectual view of the various theories and understandings and to really advance academic research, and someone's willing to do the work to advance their own ideas.
Yeah, what evidence convinced me is that all around the world there are stories and sometimes even representations of these people who, or sometimes the cultures providing these stories and representations would call them gods. Uh, but these stories say these people came, they taught us these things, and we built our civilization off of those teachings. And people who the description of the people and in instances where there are representations, they are white skinned with either blonde or red hair and blue or green eyes.
Oh, but in essence, you're saying the same Nick Cannon African Canes thing.
Yeah, that's why I called it Aryan Kangs, Doovid.
But I'm saying that's the same. I mean, I don't know if you followed Luke Ford of the news with that. Nick Cannon is supposedly anti-Semitic statements. But I mean, that's basically what he said with his African Kings, where he's like, and we taught everybody civilization. Like everybody knows, everybody learned all the important things of civilization from the black man. And like, I don't know if you watched that Nick Cannon clip, but it's saying like, yeah, I mean,
I actually
everyone's. You did see that?
Watch that, and I didn't know what he said, but
I mean, it's the
now
same like 5% or different. Your African Kings theory, where basically all worthwhile world wisdom was taught to the world by Africans.
yeah, but I'm also referring to a time that isn't actually documented directly on the historical record. I'm talking about 12,000 years ago.
I mean, you're talking about an analysis of legends or something, and if you're, I mean, you could try applying to the scientific method to something that may not be scientific. Where it's okay if you wanted to do a meta-analysis of all the various world cultures and the legends about the various things, and what percentage of them have legends of being taught great things by people with blonde hair and blue eyes, and some sort of like a meta-analysis of that, you could probably do it.
And there is someone who has done it. Or actually, there's a couple of people who have done that.
I mean, now like I've heard most of it from blacks, saying I mean, within the scientific realm, no one's really doing that. I mean, the Aryan invasion theory of the origins of humanity or culture, that there was the Aryans, the Persian region that invaded India and created Vedic culture, which is denied by most proponents of Vedic culture. But even that's not like a global theory where Aryans taught all cultures to all the world. It's a dispute about the origins of culture and migrations of people in just the region of India and the Arabian Peninsula, versus you're talking about some universal global explanation of cosmology and the progression of ideas that like some sort of Judeo chosen people type thing where one society was chosen to be a great teacher to all the other traditions, and it's not because
there's a
you
lot
have
of
the
factors
Bible
that
that
go.
tells you that. It's because you're basing it supposedly off of evidence and saying, okay, if there's evidence, okay, certainly the evidence, if there's one tribe like that, it's the Jewish people. You say, no, it's not the Jewish people. It's it's the blind or blue-eyed, or like so. No, it's the black. It's the Africans.
Well, see, I'm not saying that these people were chosen. There's a lot of different factors that could have
Well,
gone
it's even
into
the
it.
Judeo perspective is saying like, no, it's the reason why progress comes to the world through the Jews is because it's a conspiracy involving God. It's not it's really God that did it, and the only reason it comes to you through the Jews is because there's a conspiracy between God and the Jewish people. So if you're saying no, you have an evolutionary framework, that you're an atheist, there is no God, and it just happened that this group evolved, and then that evolved group did all these things, and it's got nothing to do with a conspiracy with God. Or you're saying like, no, there was a chosenness and there's a spiritual force that decided to endow one group, one nation with special purpose or power.
Have you ever read Graham Hancock?
Yeah, I forget where the name's ringing a bell.
He wrote. Well, I know of 3 books that he wrote, and only 2 of them are relevant to this discussion. That would be Fingerprints of the Gods and Magic of the Gods. And in both of these books, he actually just analyzes evidence from all over the world about, he analyzes the evidence and he proposes the idea that there was a precursor civilization that taught the entire world about civilization. He does mention a couple of times the descriptions of these supposed precursor peoples, and they fit the Aryan definition, or they fit the Aryan stereotype: white skin, blonde hair, blue eyes. But he's not the only person who's collected this evidence and come to that same conclusion. There's another guy named.
Well, he writes on this kind of thing. I do know. I think I have. I'm looking at Lords of Poverty, The Sign of the Seal, Fingerprints of God, The Mysterious Origins of Man.
That's the one.
Yeah, I mean, in essence, that's saying the disputed, mysterious origins of Freemasonry. So if you're saying you recognize that there's these universal laws and symbols, and they're of disputed origins. So if you're looking at it, from a Judaic perspective, you say like, no, it was Enoch, the cosmology of the Bible, the world's 5,780 years old, and the Noah story and Freemasonry comes because God taught it to Enoch, and then Enoch created this tradition, or whatever. But you could have different cosmologies in the orders. If you want to believe in Atlantis or various things. But when you come together, so to say, in the public square, you're stuck with the scientific principles of organization, where the origin story.
Atlantis has actually been discovered.
Well, I was saying the origin story doesn't necessarily matter. So if it's the multiple truth hypothesis, in saying you can't really know the origin of history, so you have multiple truths that may or may not be explanatory, or understandings of what happened before the present, to to saying like, no, this is the so you're like ISKCON or something, you're like, no, like, dude, like, I'm telling you, like, this is the truth. Like, here, like, no, there was this ancient tribe of blonde hair and blue-eyed people that taught the world of this stuff, and you're going to be orthodox about it and insist that that's the truth and the most fundamental of all truths.
I'm technically, blonde hair, blue eyed people aren't even the first people to have civilization. That would be the Denisovans.
Well, I mean, evolutionary saying that that those they come later. So like, no, I'm not even saying that the blacks are the origins of civilization. Corresponds more with evolution because, according to most understandings of evolution, black people predate lighter featured people. So to say, I mean, you could have origin where people came later, advanced civilization, but
I don't think that's actually what the evidence supports. I think what the evidence supports is that we have a common ancestor that diverged in Africa. Well, it originated in Africa and then it diverged. And basically, what we can
Africanus,
say is
3
that
million years ago.
wherever people ended up is where they were evolved to. However long was spent in a particular environment causes the civilization to adapt increasingly more to that environment. So like the ancient human when we were not distinguished, the one that arose in Africa, doesn't even exist anymore. It's
The
just
last
different.
common ancestor that all the pre-sapiens hominids had, I believe, was habilis. There are the Homo denisovans. There is Cro-Magnon. There is Neanderthalis.
well, I mean, this is a matter for research and scholarship, and saying like, yeah, like take your biology, take your evolution course, and I encourage people to do that.
And as for civilization, up until the discovery of the Denisovans, the oldest elements of civilization to have been discovered were 41,000 years ago, and that was the Neanderthals in caves in France. Now the Denisovans were discovered in Russia, in northern Russia, and we've dug down and found jewelry in sediment layers 320,000 years old. So the Denisovans actually have the oldest culture that we know of.
Well, I mean, I dispute those cosmology. I mean, I reject that cosmology in general, but so it's kind of irrelevant to me. I mean, so you have an alternative understanding of evolutionary. I mean, I could at least systematize it, understand what you're saying, and where it fits in ideas. But like, no, I don't generally subscribe to those theories. I'm more likely to take a Noah Adam central view of cosmology.
Atlantis has been discovered, though.
Yeah, but saying doesn't mean the gods are real.
Well, yeah, but
Or does it even mean the cosmology of the Greeks is correct in saying that they were descended from the gods? So you're saying,
yeah.
you're saying like, no, I mean, you reject that the great Greeks and Romans were incorrect and misidentified their origin, and you're saying that, okay, like, understandable, they, with whatever they knew then, that they
I'm
incorrectly
speaking
identified their
specifically
origin.
about the city of Atlantis. I'm not talking about anything else
You're
that
talking about the legends of
proposed.
Atlantis. You're saying like some sunken city that was maybe Atlantis that was discovered, as we're saying Atlantis, the legendary city where the gods live.
Atlantis,
Okay, it's
a
just like
city,
the Lost Vedic ruins. And it's like,
Atlantis,
okay, they
a
discovered the
city
Lost
that
Vedic
was
ruins, and it's like, okay, like, do you believe that the gods are real because they did, or is that just like evolution, like it's some interesting archaeological find, but because they discovered that
it's an interesting
Vedic ruin
archaeological
doesn't
find.
mean that the gods are real.
It's an interesting archaeological find.
Well, I'm saying, do you
I think that
or do you not believe in the gods of Atlantis?
I don't believe in physical gods.
And you're saying like, no, I mean, you have a different system. So if you have one of these Norse or Atlantean type systems, those, so to say, creatures that you might identify as having, blonde hair and blue eyes, they're not like you and me. Those were deities, those were gods that have nothing to do with the people you see walking around today, or maybe you think that those are descendants of the gods, but it wasn't ancient, evolved beings that came from apes that that had light features that taught the world about these things. According to those Orthodox systems, you're saying those were actual living gods. Thor is real. Wasn't that?
I don't know.
You're saying like what you're talking about is the deity Thor, and Thor traveled around the world teaching these people these things, and it wasn't groups of blonde-haired, blue-eyed people like you see today. It was a a legendary non-human character that had some common characteristics with human characters that we see today.
Well, I don't know who lived in this city, but we found the city. It matches the description given by Plato.
What do you mean the city? You're saying like if there is no Apollo and there's no Zeus, there's no Atlantis.
Not necessarily.
So you're saying either it makes a big difference.
People have a habit of mythologizing history.
Well,
people have a habit of making the mundane epic.
Atlantis is connected to a cosmology. It's just like it's like, well, you're a Jew, so do you believe Adam and Noah? And he's like, no. Well, I thought you said you were a Jew. I thought don't all Jews believe in Adam and Noah? And so it's like Atlantis. Atlantis is a form of the Orthodox school of Greek paganism. So if you're saying some archaeological site that you're identifying, it's like, okay, they found Troy, and you're saying, well, what they find? Well, they found that the story that we all know is false. So so if you're going to tell me like they found Atlantis, and the bad news is the gods are fake. The good news is I'm going to write a book on archaeology and in ancient societies that no one cares about, and just to remind you the bad news that the gods are fake.
Well, it's just like the city of Jericho. The city of Jericho was said to have been destroyed by God after, the Israelites walked around it. We found the city of Jericho. We have documentation of it. But
I visited Jericho. My first trip to Israel, I visited Jericho.
But just because it's like in ruins doesn't mean that God came down and destroyed it. It could have been destroyed by any other means, but people made up a story about it.
Yeah, I had a friend when I was a kid whose mother,
but with something like
Atlantis. He was a practitioner of some, I don't want to call it New Age religion that basically believed in Atlantis. It was also kind of like super Libra with colors, but it was like no, it was. So I'm just trying to differentiate your theory. When you're talking about Atlantis, you're not talking about the formal system of Greek cosmology.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about.
You reject the formal system. According to the Doooovidian multiple truth hypothesis, I'm at least considering that the Greek formal cosmology of Atlantis could be true. And so if you're not even considering that
it could be, but I don't have any evidence.
And to me, like the most interesting thing of Atlantis would be to hypothesize that the Greek pagan system is in fact true and the deities are real.
That would be cool. But there's also another hypothesis that humans were just very advanced.
For your theories in terms of Atlantis are like, no, those weren't people, those were gods. That the event you're talking about wasn't a tribe of ancient blonde-haired, blue-eyed people. But the events you're talking about, those were not humans; those were gods.
Well, do you
at least accept that in terms like I'm understanding your hypothesis, and I'm thinking about the different traditions that maybe mention that, but they don't mention tribes of men; they mention gods. So you're so I don't know if you're suspecting that you're saying no, like this tribe of humans that had blonde hair and blue eyes were suspected by these other nations to be gods, or are you saying that there was an actual entity like Thor or Zeus or something that
some
had
people may have believed them to be gods
in difference than the blonde hair and blue eyed person you might meet today that has nothing to do with Thor or Zeus. But these ancient traditions are referring to a blonde-haired, blue-eyed deity that does these things, or you're taking as an origin story like Norvin or something, and just saying like you might be descended from Africa, but I'm descended from Zeus. It's a factual element that is saying like, no, I'm a descendant of the gods. I don't care if you believe in evolution or some nonsensical system. I know where I came from, and I'm a descendant of the gods.
Well, I'm saying that
You don't have really a
any
systematized
sufficiently
theology.
advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, right? Would you agree with that?
Well, I mean, magic is just science that you can't explain. Like it goes to the masonry.
Exactly. Now, what I'm saying is that there
in the
was
lodge,
a cult.
magic meant smoke and mirrors. So in the lodge, magic was science. On the countryside, among people who couldn't understand the language of science, science is magic.
Yes. Now, what I'm saying is that there was a group of people long time ago who were very, very advanced in comparison to the rest of the world. I don't know how they became that advanced. I don't know.
You're supplicating they were people like everybody else.
They were people just like you and me.
But you're saying they look different. They had light features or something. They were people like you.
They had light features.
Like you and me, or they had light features.
They had light features. They were regular human beings. They were just technologically advanced and very aggressive. And when they came and took over smaller groups of people, those groups of people were so overwhelmed and had their minds blown by this technology, and they were like, "Wow, these people are gods." That's the basis of that, really.
Well, I mean, like Cortez or something like that. I mean, you have a few examples.
As for Atlantis, all I really know about that is that the site, a site matching the exact description given by Plato, has actually been discovered, and there's been some archaeological findings nearby indicating a water-faring civilization in the middle of a desert, mind you.
So, what do you think about that, Doovid?
Yeah, I don't really see it. Like, I mean, I can see, like, I mean, it's like a worst of all possible worlds hypothesis because, like, okay, you're saying on like the only examples I know of that are like Aztec that and supposedly Cortez, where they thought Cortez was a god. They're not. Maybe a few stories out of Africa. In the Hindu pantheon, there's not really any, gods with blonde hair and blue eyes that taught technology. Narashima Dave, the half lion or something. The only thing I can think of that you may maybe even fit that description. So, like from a factual element, most of the evolution, say that the I don't know, like, I mean, what you're saying, I mean, it's a possible theory. It's but it's not corresponding to what I see of evidence. And you seem to be rejecting the most, from what I would say the most likely, and the most likely is that the pagan mythologies are based on spiritual fact, and that, no, it wasn't a group of people that was more advanced and had better technology and was making for gods. It was actually a group of gods. And you're just, and that's the, the God forbid, the negative effect of evolutionary thought, where it's just like, maybe it was just, like because of evolution and they just thought they were gods, but it was just a slightly more technological advance in the, from my perspective, I would rather believe that they were, that it was actual gods.
Really?
I don't see the benefit to your, to your theory. And even if you,
I don't see any benefit to my theory either. I just see it as acknowledging.
You're saying like for Aryan kings, and generally, no, I mean, that's not generally what people Aryan means, because most of the experts on Aryanism, think that the original Aryans were dark skinned, and the Aryan, I ran Well, I'm saying there could be scholarship, and I mean the Nazis, or even the Nazis generally, accepted that the scholarship showed that the original Aryans, came from India, from the Himalayas, or
Well,
were
yeah,
dark
I'm
skinned.
using the term
There was
Aryan
a Supreme
colloquially.
Court case, with
Yeah, you're
Aryan.
using it in a sense that makes no sense. So
Colloquialism is
Well,
not.
so if you're the Aryan kings is really, you're talking about Zoroastrianism, you're talking about Iranians, you're that the origins of Vedic culture. It's not like Germanic people. You're talking about the people from the Iranian area, and you're talking about the historical religions that were known in that area. So I mean, you're formally what the Aryan invasion theory and the Aryan kings is based on that definition of Aryan. If you take like an anachronistic view of Aryan referring to Germanic or Nordic people, and even them, is like the Nazis believe that they migrated from the south, that that they originated from the Himalayas and migrated north, and that the features of lightness came from being in the north. That the same people that were Aryans in the equator region had darker features were lighter featured in as they moved up north.
Again,
So that
I'm
you would
using
have had traveling light featured people all over the world. Is it's not your traditional Aryan invasion idea, and just okay.
No,
So anciently,
I'm
the Aryans that were
using
prominent were the Iranians, and in the
using
modern
term
period, the Aryans
colloquially
that were
because
down.
most people in the West do actually use the term Aryan. Now, that's not in
no, they
scholarly
don't.
circles.
I don't know
Most
anyone that
people
uses
don't
the term
use that term.
Aryan.
Except for it's a couple of fringe nut job Nazi type people that use the term, and me.
Yeah, I mean, generally, scientifically, Aryan almost always refers to the
Outside of
Himalayan region.
a scholarly circle, if I say Aryan to almost anyone in the United States or Europe, they're going to be like, "Oh, you mean white people with blonde hair, blue eyes?"
And their civilizations falling into disrepair. Some might argue for a causal link there.
Yeah, but I mean, so you're just saying that your average person doesn't know history, doesn't know scholarship, doesn't even know etymology,
Exactly.
and which
The
is
average
okay.
person. So actually it wasn't me that brought up the term Aryan when I first brought up this theory to
The
Jen.
problem, this is the
It was
problem,
Jen.
that Aryans did civilize large parts of the world, but they weren't white. That's the problem, is equating what the Aryas did to somehow make like some sort of like mysticism, alien, white person type weird cosmology, as Doovid puts it.
Well, I mean, you're trying to combine pagan cosmology with evolution, and so if you have some sort of Norse or possibly Greek cosmology where you did have gods that did these things, and then you're trying to be like, well, maybe they weren't gods, maybe evolution is true, and it's just like because whatever one of these synthesis theories of the two, and to me it's it's the worst of worst of both worlds hypothesis, where you're losing the benefit of the religion because your assumption is that the religion's false, and you're explaining and you're explaining it through some evolutionary process that basically just says, well, because people are dumb. People believe dumb things because people are dumb.
Yeah, you're totally right. It just like steals people's opportunity to discover the religion for what it is and just end up in this weird, it's like that's why I said it was unironically white supremacist. Like, I don't like to use that terminology, but it is kind of a silly idea to think that at any point in history people were revered for something as superficial as the color of their skin.
Well, you're saying if
Light skin appears in multiple racial groups.
Creating civilization is not superficial. Having cannons that can shoot
Those are the
Forest
Aryas.
County is not superficial.
The evidence
you
that those
need- you-
exist is the Aryas. Now you're saying, well, the Aryas were white. That's not the same claim. So establishing that the Aryas
Actually,
what?
Jen, if you recall correctly, you brought up Aryan invasion theory when I said there was a race of white people that civilized the world. I
That's
never
what
said
the idea
Aryan
is.
invasion theory.
But that is what the Aryan invasion theory is. They're the
Well,
same.
there's so many different levels of you're saying like no. I mean, what does Aryan mean? What does white mean? Various cosmology, and it comes to axioms where you have to agree on at least a certain set number of axioms, and that's what's okay. Like when I mentioned OV, you're talking about Atlantis and the Greeks and the Romans. So okay, Doovid has read some of the Greeks and the Romans, and although you could have an evolutionary use archaeology and anthropology to explain it in their own terms, these people power dependent upon their lineage, and the people in power claimed that they were descended from the gods and they were descended from Atlantis. So when Julius Caesar, and if you want to claim that maybe Julius Caesar had blonde hair and blue eyes, there's disputes on that, or maybe Alexander the Great, and you say, well, he looked different too. He didn't look like other people. He looked different. And the reason he looked different, because he's not human like you. He's a half god, half human. And, so it was, okay, well, that's ridiculous. But someone who's read the Greek and Roman literature say, well, probably that was the belief system at the time. And, so if you're going to have the worst of both world hypothesis, where just like everybody's an idiot versus, some form of best world of both hypothesis, where is it possible that the Greeks are right and that the gods did exist, and that you had these people that were half god, half man, and that these gods lived in Atlantis and fornicated with humans, and the Roman emperors and the characters that we know about today. The reason we know about them today is not because they were great people, but as they said about themselves, because they were half man, half gods.
Well, it's
And
not
if you're
that
going to use
every-
that implication today, like some sort of British Israelism, or even like Northern paganism, you say, well, all blue-eyed people are descended from the gods. Saying like, what's the difference between me and that person? He's like, can't you tell that person's descended from the god, and he isn't, just by looking at them? It's like, I like Jennifer, but I mean, just look at her. She's not descended from the gods. Like look at look how dark those features are.
Well, Doovid, the Aryan Kangs theory is wrong. That's a mistranslation of Veda. They're mistranslating Arya for white because they're fucking racists. So there is a certain Varna system that is.
Or is there logic
racist
to
in this
there's
manner.
a logic
So
to the
I brought
Not
up
the
the
baby
evidence,
But-
and
but, I mean,
I
you're
brought up
missing
the
the point
evidence,
that-
and you brought up the term,
Well,
and
I
then
was trying to
you've
provide
just been
proof to
attacking
your
me
point,
over
Howard.
your use of the term because I just happen to accept your term and agree with your term.
What
Well, I mean,
you're
Howie,
saying
I was trying
has
to-
evidence. That's the problem. Is what you're saying has evidence. There is evidence that the Aryas civilized large parts of the world. There's not a lot
There
of
is
evidence that they were
that
white skinned.
people
There's
visited
actually none of them. There's no evidence that they had
12,000
white
years
skin.
ago. There
There's
is
no
evidence that
they had white
12,000 years ago, 12,000
Where is your
years
okay?
ago,
Show me the evidence. Show it to me, because I don't see any valid evidence.
read Graham Hancock.
I'm not going to read some Yahoo. Sorry. You have to establish to me why I should care what someone says, not some random. Because the book was written, that makes
Okay,
it true.
So
That's
you
a stupid
remember
argument.
that meme you sent me the other day? The one that said these statues are fake, despite the fact that both the Egyptian and the Sumerians had statues like that you can see in museums right now. Or you could even watch the British Museum's YouTube channel and see
Yeah, I
those
understand
statues.
history well enough that I don't have to. If I already know something is fake, I don't need to look at it, do I? Because I just know why it's fake and how it's fake. But you
So,
haven't investigated that possibility because you've already decided that it's true.
so the fact that the Sumerians had statues of blue-eyed people is fake.
What? Oh, okay. First of all, I'm not even sure if I accept that that's a fact, but let's say it is. So what?
So the fact that the Egyptians had statues of blue-eyed people, and we have genetic evidence saying that the farther back in time you go in Egypt, the more likely a person is to be fair-skinned is fake.
I don't agree with that conclusion. I think the more likely the person would have had Indian ancestry, which would come out as looking the same as European ancestry because, yuck, they're related. So I think you could make that assertion, but anything hinging on the Aryan invasion theory, I'm automatically going to discard it as false because I know that the Aryan invasion theory didn't happen.
So you know it didn't happen, and therefore you will discard anything that supports it because you know it didn't happen.
I will discard a theory that doesn't have any
That's circular logic.
I will discard a theory that doesn't have supporting evidence that is quoting the Veda to make the claim that the Aryas.
I haven't quoted the Veda.
But that's where the term Aryan comes from.
You brought up the term Aryan. I did not. I just brought up the evidence.
The evidence is you said you found a couple of statues with lighter features in the Middle East.
There are stories all over the world.
All over the world.
Of light-featured people civilizing cultures very long time ago.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't.
And
I don't
you said that's Aryan invasion theory, so I accepted your terminology.
So I don't accept that either, that it's a bunch of white people, mystical white people going around the world civilizing it. No, that was the Aryas that did that.
Well, the evidence says otherwise.
What the evidence says is not pointing to the conclusion you think it is. People
the
only
evidence I know of is Cortez and like a few African traditions. I don't know what overwhelming evidence you're talking about.
There isn't any. That's not true.
Read Robert Seppert. Read Hancock.
Like, who are these?
There's a lot of evidence out there.
Has it been validated? Right?
Yes. You validated it with a meme that was trying to invalidate it.
I put those blue eyes on myself as a point to make a point that those things were photoshopped. That there may be examples of aesthetic preferences for lighter features in historical records doesn't suggest that it was uniquely light-skinned people that civilized in the first place. You do realize that, right?
So you put the blue eyes on King Tut's sarcophagus.
Yeah,
you put the blue eyes on the statues in Samaria.
That's just because the lapis lazuli was the most precious of the stones. They're saying, did they make the eyes of lapis lazuli because that was representative that the person had blue eyes, or was lapis lazuli just the gem of choice that they used for the eye color?
Well, on King Tut's sarcophagus, he also has European features. So, I mean, his face does not look like a typical African face.
I mean, you're admitting that they used a ton of lapis lazuli, and the fact that they used lapis lazuli in the eyes, they used lapis lazuli lavishly all over the place. And just because they used lapis lazuli in the eyes doesn't necessarily mean that they were indicating that it was a blue-eyed person, although it is possible. I'm saying, like,
I do acknowledge it, but they also
in the region,
in a lot of their paintings and representations, they do show people with brown eyes, and they also show a multiracial community in Egypt. There are dark-skinned people, there are tan people, and there are people with very pale skin in the Egyptian representations of themselves. And not all of the representations of Egyptian royalty appear to be Euro. Imhotep is represented as African, very, very African, and but when it comes to Tutankhamun and Nefertiti, their facial features are very much European and Middle Eastern.
Okay. I don't know. I'm not sure what that's supposed to prove exactly.
It proves at the very least that the features are idolized, and at the very most that those people were actually not African. They were either European or very very northern Middle Eastern.
Yeah, so why can't light skin arise in Africa?
Well, it did.
Right.
That's what genetics shows. Genetics shows that the older the mummy, the more likely it is to be fair skinned.
Again, I would have to see that firsthand. I'm not sure I buy it.
I sent you the nature link the other day, and you kind of laugh reacted it.
I mean, it sounds Northern tier, unfortunately.
It is, and it's like you got to listen to what the people on the other side of this say, because the white skin, whatever the hell, that doesn't have any evidence.
Except it has a lot.
There's a lot of evidence of Arya's civilizing efforts in the ancient past. There's no evidence that those Aryas were white-skinned, or the white
There's a
skin
lot
played
of
any
evidence that white people
particular
civilized
important.
all over the world in the ancient past, and there's also evidence of other people civilized.
And there's a lot of evidence of people being paid to promote these theories on behalf of the Indian Raj. But you haven't looked into that because, I don't know, you don't want to know the truth. You don't like the possibility that I'm right. You just want to dismiss me.
You've already admitted you're going to use circular reasoning here.
There's no such thing as non-circular logic.
You want to wrap up, Jennifer? I'm not sure if you said you had to end earlier. I keep on selling stuff on eBay, and at this point, we didn't really talk about any of the stuff I thought we were going to talk about, and it's probably better just to put it off till next week.
Sure, sounds good. Yeah, sorry about that, because we're going to do probably a formal debate, Howie and I, on the Aryan invasion theory. So we're still looking for someone to moderate that. I'm not sure if the guys we asked have confirmed or not. But yeah, we'll say goodbye for now. Did you have any last words, Doooovid?
Yeah, I guess no, not really. Because I'm focusing on eBay, I'm probably not going to be streaming much, this week. I didn't stream much last week. If Luke invites me on, maybe I'll come on to that. I had done that research on Vivekananda and Freemasonry, but you have to see if there's an audience, or maybe I'll just add it to the things that maybe eventually I'll do a stream on. I wanted to talk about eBay. I want to talk about more practical things, like that they're going to benefit people, and I encourage people to think and have their ideas and have an intellectual forum, but I want people to kind of be more like avowed to a academic process to advance the ideas. I'm not going to tell people what to do, but I'm saying my own intentions, or what I'm trying to get out of this. So I'm glad we have new people, new interesting ideas, and you have to form some sort of venue where I guess people aren't streamers, and like once people stream, so either people, they remain not streamers and they just don't care, or they suffer defeat, saying they get on a bigger show and they realize like it didn't work out like they thought, and then they have to avow themselves to the process of self-improvement, so to say. So like generally the week in review, like as long as a person's on some sort of self-improvement process, it could make sense. So hopefully you will be able to get some new people coming in with some new ideas, and it'll make sense where we're not just pointless bickering or waiting our turns to preach what we believe, but there's some sort of legitimate change of ideas or information that's benefiting everybody, which is actually quite difficult to do.
Sorry we didn't get a chance to discuss your eBay business. We'll do it first thing next time, and I look forward.
Well, I mean, no one cares. No one cares, and it's kind of the nature of the unfortunate material reality. It's like, okay, I'm making money now, so I'm less interested to talk to people, and and so your reality is like, okay, why don't I just make money instead of talk, be like Babs or something like that. Like, why you stream? Because I started making money and I realized streaming was dumb. Like I'd rather just be making money because at least I could spend that when I'm done with it. And then it's like, okay, like no, like I want to talk about it, and like do like a mathematical analysis of the principle and like even the history of German and Jewish technological, like Deutsche Grammophon and classical music and masonry. And it could just be people don't really care for me to present what I'm thinking about. And also like Luke, I couldn't find this nature of just like this, like, I guess because money has such a pejorative to it where you can't really like, let's just kind of talk about improving each other's life. And we're going to openly talk about like how we're going to be able to make more money. And so it's a very difficult thing to openly talk about in these type things, which like Week in Review is like, let's talk about practical tips and trade for like making more money on eBay. And the type thing is like, like according to their axioms, like, no, I feel bad about that. You can't just talk about like better methods to, make more money for yourself, as opposed to like saying, no, actually that's, I wanted to spend the majority of Week in Review talking about methods to make more money. And then it's even like, okay, like, it's like Super Librix or something like the system. It's like, okay, like, okay, well, money's karma. And so either you have it or you don't. And if you don't have it and you're trying to get it, let's talk about the reasonable methods that you're going to go about doing it. And so it's like, well, I don't think your method's going to work. Versus someone saying like, well, I'm pretty sure my method's going to work. And then you say, well, you come back next week and money is extremely tangible. Like, did you get any or did you not? Did it work or did it not? And so I'd like to have that more, material focused, and even streaming the type ways, it's a good way to keep in check like numbers, subscribers, and then ultimately, money is the best somewhat indicator of the progress you're making, because it's almost impossible to determine like, did you make any progress in the stream? Did this talk lead to you better understanding these things? And sometimes it's subjective, like, yeah, this conversation was really enlightening and now I understand a bunch of things at a deeper level. Or it's like at the end of the day, like, this conversation sucked, 3 hours went by and I didn't learn anything. It was just like, like ego waiting for people to flex their ego. And so now I wasted 3 hours. Like, had I been doing, something profitable with that 3 hours, like, it cost me money. I'm sorry, like had I not been doing this, I would have done something else.
But Doovid, your people buying shit on your thing is probably because they love you from streaming and they want the collector items.
Well,
it's all connected. You got to let go sometimes.
Yeah, unlikely. I'm saying
other times. What do you mean unlikely? You're a lovable figure. Oh, he stepped off. What do you guys think? Do you guys think Doovid's recent success is connected in some way to his internet persona and overall lovability?
No, I'm saying, I appreciate Nick, who was here earlier. The only guy who bought from me online.
But yeah, exactly. I already have evidence substantiating my position.
But no, because he was from Canada and there's a whole shipping thing. Like, reality, like, I probably would have made more money if I didn't sell to him, because like the whole shipping debacle, that like, if I had just not spoke to him and not like it cost me money. Like, no, unfortunately, like I tried selling to Nick, and because like shipping to Canada is such a hassle, I would have made more money. I still made money off of that, but I would have made more money had I not even bothered tried doing it. I just sold it to someone here in America.
Ideally, we would just talk about pragmatic stuff. Like, I don't really care about origins and all that, but I acknowledge the evidence that I stumble across.
Yeah, but you didn't actually present any evidence. Like, I haven't heard you give like any example of like, one of these cultures that have these legends.
Yeah, I'd have to go back through my books. It has been a while.
So just like the evidence is overwhelming, like all of them, even though I can't name one.
Not all of them, but quite a few.
And I can't
And
think of
that's why
only
I
one I could
mentioned-
think of is Cortez, and he's saying like, yeah, like
That's why I mentioned Hancock and Seppert, because they actually they both present evidence of it.
yeah, is Hancock, is he a Mayan scholar or something? I don't know what he writes about, but
He's done stuff all over. And
I heard his name, but I mean, I'm not sure who mentioned him,
he
but
shows up on Ancient Aliens a lot.
but I'm saying like, no, I'm saying you got to do your homework. I'm saying like so if you just want to say like, I mean, you don't have to do your homework. I'm not your daddy or whatever, but I'm saying like, if you just want to say, oh, this Graham Hancock, he's got these great ideas, I encourage you read it, versus you're saying like, I have these ideas and I know they're right. And then God forbid you make yourself look like a fool because you didn't do your research. And it's like, well, I know I'm right because I trust Grant Hancock and he's a great scholar. And you're like, let me just get back to him. And like, when I reread his book another time, then I'll get back to you.
Well, the other day,
Conops made the same argument. Do you remember that? Conops is like, oh, I'll debate you in 2 weeks. And that was like probably over maybe 7 months ago.
Well, I mean, it's the value system to like Doovid, who has the money is karma type thing. It's like, I'm sorry, like this stream right now is costing me money. I'm losing money not making it from, but my karmatic calculation versus if you don't have the money, it's karma. It's just like, yeah, I'm having a good time talking. And like Doovid never has a good time talking. So it's like, no, just like, no, there's no such thing as having a good time talking.
Wait, what has this show been this whole time but a good time talking? I mean, to me, it's a good time talking. And I mean, I think it would be insane to think that your recent success on eBay has nothing to do with your streaming career. What else could it be?
it has to do with those bookshelves.
No, I mean, it has to do with listing. I mean, it has to do with the work I do during the week. I mean, so it's got absolutely nothing to do with streaming. It's like it's my livelihood. I did work. I got a bunch of CDs at payment. I'm listing them on eBay, and as of now, like I said, the only one item that I sold from someone who watches me off of eBay ended up. I mean, I appreciate him reaching out and trying to do it, but it ended up being a bad deal because it turns out shipping to Canada is not really profitable.
Okay, well, if anyone asks you to start signing,
so I mean, it's just factually. I mean, you might be able to argue some sort of element, and even on Luke Ford, like talking about eBay, and no one reached out to buy anything. No one even positive, wished me good luck. I put on Facebook, my picture. I got a whole bunch of likes and congratulations. But on Luke Ford, I actually got more threats with people, contemplating how they would be able to screw me by affecting my seller's rating or buying something and returning it. And so unfortunately, all the evidence would show that no, I've had zero positive feedback from streaming.
Okay, well, if anyone asks you to sign the stuff that you sell to them, then we'll know things have changed. So just keep me apprised if that happens.
I mean, it's to me, it's even like counterproductive. It's like, no.
You think that doing these streams is counterproductive to making money?
Yeah, probably. I mean, because you don't have a mindset that's.
I'm not in the merchant mindset.
Yeah, so it's it's not only it's counterproductive, like probably people who watch the show are more likely to have worse financial success, God forbid, from tuning into the show than if they didn't. Which I'd like to change.
Hold on a minute. That's not true. I gave really good advice once on Luke Ford's show. I said to short any woke company as soon as it goes woke, because that always correlates with a stock price decrease. So
yeah, I mean, it's just obvious. There's like, you take financial advice from rich people. You don't take financial advice from people who think they're smart. And,
well, somebody did take my advice, and I was right in that one case. So I guess it did work. But I mean, it's statistically insignificant. I agree with you. But I just don't buy the whole money equals happiness thing. So my whole thing in life is just think about money as little as possible. But I understand we don't share that philosophy.
Well, I didn't say money equals happiness. I didn't say that. That's not my.
Money.
So I said money equals karma, and Jennifer has a view that doesn't correspond with that, and hence her tendency to not have wealthy followers. God forbid.
How do you know if my followers are wealthy or not? Well, it depends what, like, you'd probably describe them as chump change, but they're, in my eyes, they're doing okay. But I guess it's like a relative thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, because it's okay, like it's tangible. You're saying like no, no, your followers that like okay, like Captain Caveman's not your follower, and he was actually kind of against you. But it's okay, who's actually giving me money, and who are the people that I've spoken to offline that like, or like, by the way, like like I'm financially successful, and it's saying like like no, I mean not like unfortunately that's not the kind of audience the Church of Entropy is attracting. And it's not necessarily unfortunate, it's theologically connected. But okay, so when Doovid was kind of just doing the minimum to get by and wasn't really focused on money, just doing ideas, and it's okay, like it's nice to have someone to talk about these things with. But from like a financial perspective, he's saying like, nah, I mean, this is bad for business. Like anyone who engages in these type conversations, like basically it guaranteed to be financially unsuccessful, because it's not the type mindset that financially successful people have.
I just don't know how you could know about the financial status of my supporters, but I mean,
well, I mean, because the lack of, because money,
the lack of people showboating it, the fact that they're whatever.
So I'm saying it's possible, but usually
I just feel like I was enculturated to like never talk about money, and I imagine I wasn't the only one. Like, it was considered rude to talk about how much money you made. And I can remember being reminded of that many times.
Yeah, but that's among middle class or lower middle class people. I mean, among the upper class, that's all we talk about. So it's like, yeah, I mean, it's considered rude to talk about money amongst people who don't have any.
Yeah.
But it's saying if you have more of it, your most pressing concern is how you're going to invest it. So you can say, okay, like no one on Church of Entropy ever asked about ways to invest their money, probably because none of them have excess money to consider investing it.
Middle and lower
it's possible class. There's the element of people with excess money looking to invest it that are tuning in, but it's not a topic that comes up. And saying, okay, if there were wealthy followers of Church of Entropy, a year or 2 years later, like would they reached out, or would have came through, or like, okay, and saying that not necessarily like, okay, Elliot is a lot of people are working, educated. Jennifer has a degree in physics, so I mean people who are have an education and work in a professional field. But I mean, to me, it's like karmatically, it's like, okay, like dumb goy. So okay, Jennifer's smart, but she's still a dumb goy. And she's.
I just think it's dumb to waste your time on that. To me, it's dumb to waste so much time thinking about something so inconsequential. But I don't think it's,
I don't mind, but it's saying okay that you're saying like, but okay, like so if you want material success, if like don't follow Jennifer is not the path towards material success. and
okay.
I'm saying that's fine, but it's saying like, yeah, I mean, generally I function better in a realm where things could be directly correlated into to monetary terms, or what how that's going to benefit you economically, and like a practical takeaway, and even in terms of knowledge and things like that. And like I could function in another realm, but my preference would be in a karmatic, and there might even be a status type thing where status is largely based on money, or terms like how much money is spent. Like I would probably tend towards like a super chat financial type model, but I may recognize.
Hear that, audience? We need another 150 subscribers so we can keep Doovid interested in the program, because we don't have.
I'm saying this program probably wouldn't be monetarily successful anyways.
In the middle and lower class, we only bring up money if we're trying to pick up a chick.
Well, I'm saying it's like a karmatic type thing where it's like, okay, do you really want to hear Doovid talk about eBay analytics? And you might recognize that it could be useful, and like, yeah, you could probably open up your own eBay and start making money off of either stuff you already have or stuff that you have access to. And it's like, well, I'm not really that interested in doing that. Like I'm not a profit driven person, And even in terms of your ideas, you're saying like that, you're like price discovery. In essence, I'm going to monetize the value of your theory or your contribution level. And so it's going to look at it from a monetary value that you, okay, like he's great and he's my friend, versus, like what is my estimated monetary contribution that this person offers.
Huh.
And you could relate that to productivity, that monetization is a sign of productivity. And so like Doooovid's like, I don't value happiness, I don't value fun, I want to hear something related to productivity. It's like, he's a great guy, he's fun to be around. It's like, well, how productive is he? And so you're thinking and so even where productivity doesn't necessarily mean money, but Doovid, even in terms of science or ideas, still have that productivity question. And at the end of the day, it's like, okay, I'm gonna have to repent for wasted time. Like, okay, I want to have conversation, I want to advance ideas, but if it didn't work out and it was wasted time, that was a sin that needs repenting on.
I don't think it's a sin, because think of it like Sudoku. You wouldn't get a chance to explore these ideas most of the time, so it's like a chance to just be freeform intellectual like expansion, whereas the making money mechanism is very rote and repetitive, right? So it's like balancing.
No, it's like
your mind
chance.
out.
I'm saying it's like, okay, I put a bunch of stuff up on eBay and there was a chance that it could have sell or it couldn't sell, but thank God, like a lot of it sold. There's others, and there's a certain providential matter, but at the end of the day, there's chance and then there's result, and after a period of time, it's not just chance, it's result. So you look at utility and I mean, since the first time me and Jennifer started this, like, there's always like, Doovid thinks wasting time is a sin. Like, at the end of the day, if I had a conversation and nothing productive came from it, I'm going to repent on that, because it's the way I look at things.
Sorry to hear you didn't think it was a productive stream. It's sort of tough because, like, having
it wasn't productive.
I thought it was pretty interesting myself, but yeah, I don't know.
It was interesting, but not very productive.
Because you get new people, and the people aren't used to. Okay, so if there was a power imbalance caused by monetary instability, where okay, let's say like your people want money and one person has money, and therefore there's going to be a power imbalance where just say like you could speed things along or direct it in a certain way. But if it's just a conversation where people are getting to know each other and want to give over their philosophies in various, it's not necessarily a waste of time. It was just the productivity level, like Vince at the beginning. Was he being productive, noticing that there's already two other people on the panel that are waiting to talk about something different? Was it productive to use 15 minutes of these other people's time in order whatever point that he thought was important for him to get around enough that he thought that it didn't matter that there were two other people that would have just had to sit there and be silent and listen?
Yeah, I think it's hard to get the point across of
if you were paying those people, it would have saying so if those people were on the payroll, so they might have changed that to say, like, if Vince, that it's costing you $30 an hour for these people, and if they sit around doing nothing, you still got to pay them. Or saying like, it could be $100 an hour, it could be $8, whatever it is, but you're just saying that level, time is money, you cost those people their time, that's coming out of your check.
Are you proposing like paying people for streaming somehow bearing impact on quality?
No, I'm saying that's factually how karma works. So I'm using money as an example, but saying like, no, I mean, factually, you accumulate negative karma when you take somebody's time. When a person is in Hebrew, it's called Gezelsman, it's called stealing time. In the Vedas, there's karmatic understandings. You could look at it as a payment type thing. So Vince took 15 minutes from all three of the panelists who Couldn't understand why he was taking so much of their time, and that 15 minutes has some karmatic value, some monetizable value, and in the realm of truth, Vince has a debt of karma to the time that he took from those people, and Doovid saying, okay, representationally, money is the best representation for that karmatically what happened, because it's like, okay, I took this amount of time from a person, and so monetarily you could say, well, like this person's time is relatively worth about this much, so karmatically this is your debt.
I like that.
Well, I mean, it's factual. I was saying it's a factual system of karma. It is saying, okay, if you don't like looking at it in a monetary way, you don't have to. You could still, say, no, it's factual karma, and whatever the balance of good and positive that's going to come from it, it causes you dissonance to look at that as a monetary value.
I don't think it really, I don't know what you mean. I don't know about dissonance exactly, but yeah, to me, the value is just socializing, I guess. Because I would
That's
just
definitely a value for me.
I would just become a hermit otherwise, and then you get worse at everything when you're a hermit because you just become like, what they say, sort of.
Yeah, so Doovid comes from the extreme school that socializing is basically bad character and a waste of time.
But to be a hermit is also going to have verifiably negative consequences. So you got to have a balance. I'm not saying you become a social butterfly. I'm just saying I don't think it's a sin.
Socializing isn't the only form of not being a hermit. It's saying that just like eating chocolate isn't the only form of having a diet.
I think being a social butterfly and being a hermit are like two extremes.
No, I kind of wanted to end the show and not have some argument about Dharma. It just comes down to the stupid like Vince type thing. We're going to go back in circles because obviously there's different systems of Dharma, and it's like, are we really going to perform this argument again for like 10 people when we've done it 100 times? But it's like no, there's a system where that has absolutely no value and a negative value, and you have a system where it has a positive value.
I don't actually think
in your system, from the monetary, like you owe me money. In my system, you owe me money. My system, I'm at a loss, and you're to blame, and you owe me. In your system, like I benefited, and you're the cause of it, and I owe you. But it was, of course, there's different karmatic systems, and Doovid's karmatic system looks at things like fun and happiness and socializing is you're very limited in value and usually a negative value. Obviously on Weekend Review, it's like, no, I'm not here to chat. I'm not here to, so to say, I'm here to hear ideas and advancement of ideas, and I want people who have, done serious research and, have some, real ideas to advance. And if I don't feel like I got that, it's like, shit, I wasted my time again. I could have been doing, the possibility that someone's going to come and have good ideas and advance, it's worth keeping on doing this. But you have to be objective. Like if you're a talent scout and it costs you, like $100 to open up and do the talent, and you've done it week after week and you don't have any new talent, you're saying like, no, I got to recruit a new talent in order to pay the bills. If I keep on doing this, I can't afford to, so like, yeah, at the end of the day, like Doovid reads karma like that. And when I don't make progress, I start getting upset. First, I blame myself, and then, God forbid, a tendency to blame other people.
Well, just hang on a second here. So
theologically, it's saying time wasting is a sin that needs repenting for.
Okay. Do you feel like this is a problem in your life of wasting time? I feel like you're pretty organized.
Well, everyone, it's just like anger, saying like, okay, like, time wasting is relative. I waste a lot of time, a lot more than I'd like to, even though relatively to most people, pretty efficient and don't waste much time.
Okay.
But it doesn't change the fact that the time I waste bothers me extremely.
Yeah, the time I waste bothers me too. But the reason why I don't mind things progressing slowly on the show is because I guess we have a degree of enjoying socializing, but we enjoy it less than most people, but there's still some need for it. And hate to sound like a broken record, but
I don't enjoy it. I mean, I always say like, like I could act nice, but like no, like I'm like Aaron's right. Like no, I don't even enjoy socializing, and that's it. Like people ask like, how you doing, and it's like you are not going to be Doovid's friend if you're asking me how I'm doing. And like people like years later still asking me is like, what like it's like how are you like f you. Like, why
So
not you, like,
basically, how are you doing makes you want to say "fuck you." Is that it?
yeah, because it's not how I look at the world or the exchange of information and talent. So a person, it just means someone's not taking me seriously because so I say like, does it matter how I'm doing? And you say like, so like, I mean, like I've avoided those arguments now anymore. I haven't one of those for years, but say like, usually people ask me how I'm doing, I'll say praise God, and if they push me on this thing like, does it matter how I'm doing? Philosophically, you have to tell them it doesn't actually matter how I'm doing. So why are you asking? And
In some places, if someone asks you how you're doing, they're about to rob you.
yeah, and so it's a reading of karma where it's saying like, someone, oh, how you doing? Like, okay, oh man, this person's gonna waste my time.
Oh, I love it. I love to hear the straight from the heart of Doovid because
Well,
I think
it's
I can
the Ben
relate to a lot of
Feingold.
this stuff.
It's the Ben Feingold, the truth hurts. The chess screamer that used to use the expression "the truth hurts," and for the chess, the truth hurts because you lost on the board because whatever you thought was going to be a winning strategy wasn't. But in the streaming, like the trigger, the truth hurts because the person recognizes that, oh shit, like I'm pisting away my life for nothing. Like all the things that I wanted to accomplish and didn't was because I was like not taking my life seriously. And so, the purpose of, communication, well, I appreciate you pointing that out to me. And so that's a we can review and exchange of best practices, a review process. So it's not like, the week in review isn't the time it's not the week in repetition. And say meta-analysis is something that most people need training to do. And so it's a fight on the show. Like even Vince is like, I like his research. But like he still doesn't really understand what meta-analysis is, and it's like a fight just to try to teach him what meta-analysis is, and it's one of these like counterproductive, things like you're like, oh man, I want to be a teacher, but like all of my students want to kill me, so like like I'm probably safer off not being a teacher.
Yeah, that's a tough one to deal with.
And then it's like, okay, like maybe I could, like the Judeo type or even like professional, so just like, okay, like I know how to work with the machine, so let me just work with the machine and keep on making money, and I could buy, whatever I want with that money, and I could complain about my inability to get along with my fellow humans, but at least I could interact with my humans, facilitated through the machine, and then spend the money that I get through those facilitated interactions with the machine, however I deem fit, even though I have like an ability to get along with people in real life, or to be an incel, I'm going to fail to reproduce, and all these various things. But like, ha ha ha, like I'm pretty good at making money. And then I get my own karmatic system. It's like, well, that's why you're poor. Like I don't know exactly why you're poor, but from my understanding, like I just listened to you for a little bit, and it's like, yeah, like I understand why you're poor. It's because like you don't structure your life in a way that's conducive to being materially successful.
Yeah. I don't know. How much is enough, It might be fun to do as a project.
The accumulate of more and more titles, which is saying the interaction type is okay. I have serious interaction that's productive, and then I have just fun that's unproductive, and then cut out what you were saying that can you have both? Can you do you have a series of the same people, or you have your productive friends and you have your unproductive friends that you have fun with, in these type dynamics and
Well, like most friends, like some friendships are just too high maintenance, because the people just want to like talk to you all the time. And it's like Jesus, like I cannot deal with this. You know what I mean?
Okay, this guy's such a good friend. He doesn't even want to talk to me. He values
Well,
my time so much. He doesn't even try to talk to me.
well,
That's
here's
my
the
best
thing.
friend.
Like I have a friend who like I talk to, a lot, but we'll go for like months without talking. and then we'll talk a lot, and then we'll go for some more months without talking, and that seems to like. I don't see that as a sin to have those conversations because they do seem productive, but maybe they're not. But they are because I see them as like valuable for social needs. But you're just saying, are you saying you don't have any social needs, or are you saying you have so few that it's not even worth indulging them?
Well, I mean, I have human tendencies, but I say no. I mean, my system is saying that they look at social disease needs as largely sinful desires. That I mean, in essence, you don't have social needs. Your social needs are, usually some form of desire to sin.
That seems pretty.
Truth hurts. I'm saying that
Well,
it seems pretty harsh to you because you're saying like,
harsh.
oh, if Doovid's correct, that means like basically most of my life is sin.
Well,
and saying, well, the truth hurts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The truth hurts. Like, no, I didn't mean to inform you that you're pissing away most of your life in sin.
But I've spent most of my life in solitude.
Okay, well, good for you.
Yeah, so I enjoy it, but people have social needs, don't they? I mean, I think the lower your karma, the more
people have bad characters, and social needs are. I mean, I guess it pays to. I mean, even to argue this is kind of pointless, but I mean, because people know the Doovidian stance, and just to hear like, oh, Doovid says this and Jennifer says that, and we disagree.
Well, they want to hear us repeat ourselves because it helps them understand how they feel about things. Because probably
but there is no they. I'm saying the A is what
the people watching this are probably somewhere between you and I.
8 people watching, or the few people that watch that never make donations or show any sign that it makes any difference that we're doing this too.
Well, people have given me, stuff. I just don't like to showboat it, but I do appreciate people's generosity. But most of the people who do that or just would prefer to be anonymous, I guess.
Yeah, I don't mean to, monetize it in terms it has to be money, but it just in terms
it's just that like money, it's not that I don't like money. It's just that there's a limited utility for money. Like what I need is a dedicated person that I can trust to do something that I would love to do, but just don't have the time.
Yeah,
that's
to me,
more
it's
what
not
I care
money
about.
at all. It's the valuing of time, and the easiest way to express, like the concept of like time wasting is in monetary terms, but like in essence, no, it's not connected. Like time wasting doesn't have to be connected to money. And the question is the purpose of time, and that's what all these streamers. It's like, okay, like you got to learn communication theory, you got to learn streaming, you got to learn technology. You don't just not just having like an idea, and you don't have to, because it's just like life. Saying like you have to go to university, you have to develop a skill. You're saying, well, you don't have to. If you want to be a professional, you want to be successful, you probably have to. But like, no, I mean, you could just coast by and take, karma as you see it fit. But then, that's what are the people who take life more seriously than others? How do you interact between the varying people who take life seriously to varying degrees? And saying like, well, no, I'm sorry, I can't really interact with you because you don't take life seriously enough. Or maybe that doesn't even make any sense. Like, what the hell are you talking about? There's no such thing as one person taking life more seriously than the next.
Well, there definitely is. And
well,
yeah,
you could argue there isn't. And
no, I
but
think
yeah, let's just end the show, because I think we got off to a bad start. Like we started early to have all these people on, and then Vince was just set a bad tone, and then so Super Libra, I didn't even get to interview him. He went straight into, I'm going to call it kind of like preaching, sermonizing, kind of like Vince. So like I didn't even get to like interview him to ask him questions so we could understand his theory better. And then the whole show was kind of like, I'm going to call largely degenerate, where we were just so unfortunately, I'm probably not even going to watch this one over a second time. I usually watch these over, but hopefully we'll move in a better direction. Hopefully we'll be able to amalgamate some of these ideas into something useful.
Maybe it was too many people on the show at once. We're still trying to get the balance right. We don't want to say no to anybody, but maybe it's just better to have less people on because it makes it easier to stay on track.
Did you watch yesterday's stream?
And I think I guess it's this week in review concept that's just beyond people, because it's like a form of meta-analysis. It's a thing that people aren't used to, and so it's like, okay, you got to keep on explaining, like, what's the purpose of week in review. And then Jennifer, like, because she's got the different mode than me, because I'm always like this. Like, if I never have patience. I lose my patience very quickly, and I don't like wasting time. And it said I detest normal social things, and to me in my own system, most of these things are just signs of bad character. So I just look through this and like, oh my god, it's like watching a person steal, or like watching a person like eat beef or something like that. So I'm just, in my own head, I'm just like, I can't believe this person doesn't mind demonstrating their own poor character so much. And generally almost no one agrees with me on that, including Jennifer.
I think there's some truth to what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. Like, solitude is a virtue, okay, for sure. Dedication and hard work are virtues for sure. But then there's like a tiny amount of like, it's sort of there's a social need there that is just like, if you forget it, I don't know, if like you don't indulge it ever, then I think you become a little weird, like in a hermit type way.
Yeah, but you're not talking to my point, because I'm not saying you can't social or interact with people. It's just a question of so to say, unproductive social formalities that
Sure.
you say like, this is dumb, I'm not participating, you're wasting my time. It doesn't mean like I'm not social, I don't deal with people. They're just saying like, I was just point like, this is dumb, I'm not participating, this is a waste of my time and yours. Just saying like, therefore I'm going to be a hermit and not talk to anybody. It's like, no, man, I can still act like I'm fine, dealing with people facilitated through the machine.
Okay.
Machine facilitated human interaction, I'm an expert at.
All right, cool. Well, if
I'm saying, okay, is there anything beyond that? You're saying you're missing out on it. And so like, no, not only am I not missing out on anything, actually it's a negative thing. And you don't have to put it in that pejorative, but I say, yeah, like if you really want your ideas to advance, you probably do. Because, say historically, the people that care that much about their ideas, recognize that time is limited, and that they would have to renounce themselves from things that other people spend the majority of their time on. And so, like one of these best of both worlds, your reality ends up the worst of both worlds hypothesis. You don't have fun, you don't have friends, you didn't get your social things that you're looking for, and you're still poor.
Oh, that would be the worst. So yeah, I'll wrap it up, because I think Dude wants to pack it in for the night, and hopefully next week will be better. Howie, did you have any last words before we say goodnight?
Not really.
Well, thanks for participating. I appreciate it. And yeah, Doovid, did you have anything else you wanted to say, or just go to my little clip here that I had made?
Yeah, I didn't mean to come out grumpy or anything. It's just like,
it's okay, Doovid. I actually
we can review with Doovid.
I get it.
And it's saying like, no, Doovid doesn't want to sit here and listen to you. Doovid wants to, grill you and advance your ideas. And okay, like I understand that most people wouldn't voluntarily do that. Like, like God forbid, like if there's a check at the end of it where someone's pitching an idea, and if it works, they're going to get a check. I could see people sitting through it, but like just voluntarily for the fun of it. You're like, no, I mean, there's very few people that masochistic or something.
I'm not masochistic. I just enjoy people who care about truth. It's not a masochism thing. To me, it's awesome. I mean, I hate to say that you're hilarious, because I feel like you're going to take offense to me saying that. But
what is it? Bad character?
I don't think it is.
You think I'm hilarious because you don't take me or yourself that seriously.
I think the fact that
me or yourself that seriously.
No, I think the fact that you take yourself so seriously is adorable. And
I don't take myself that seriously. I'm saying like I have that serious amount of self-control. But I say no. Yeah. I mean, I know that no one likes me, and like even on Week in Review, most people who like me don't like me. So like even among people who like me, they don't really like me. So like no, I mean, I'm taking myself that seriously. I just take just. Within a Judeo system, it's a fact and unarguable. Time wasting is a sin, and you can argue about what's time wasting. So if a person doesn't have a system where they agree that time wasting is some form of an infringement, that they agree if it like, no, if you're right, this is time wasting, it's an infringement, and should be stopped. So most people don't even have a system. Like Luke Ford, at least theoretically, be like, yeah, like I've read that in some of the books. You're right, time wasting is a sin, and it's something to be worked on. And most people are just like, what the hell you do this guy, or whatever. But at least in Week in Review, I don't know. I mean, it's going to be tough. Like we've had a very hard time getting people to come on and want to formulate their ideas and work through their ideas. Like I like Libra. I mean, Vince just has areas of comparable research long term. Who knows whether we work together. Like, but in the meantime, he's doing research that's interesting to what me and Jennifer are talking about. Libra could also be like that. Yeah, so let's just end it. And I guess there's no ramble, and we'll be in touch. So have a great week, everyone.
Thanks, Doovid. I have a great night. And thanks, Howie. And thanks to the audience for tuning in. I'll play you a clip before we say goodbye. Goodbye forever. At least until next Sunday, when we'll have another show. And just looking back, like my whole thing on life is just, I don't like to be disappointed. So I just try to have realistic expectations. And in most cases, that ends up being like no expectations almost. So hard to be disappointed when there's no expectations. However, I do have preferences, My preference is that the show goes in a way where people's intention is to be listening to what the other person is saying. So I'm getting a lot of that not happening, I think. People can probably agree on that, right? Like, it's not so much the effort to go into someone else's, headspace and empathize and maybe make a well thought out point, is just waiting for your turn to speak, which is like a certain tempo. And that tempo isn't conducive to what we're trying to do here. So that's really what we should be working on, is listening and asking questions. You've got to kind of familiarize yourself with the mode of communication and just have faith that in time, it's not a unilateral thing. You'll get asked questions too, but there's a gap in knowledge, and there's a gap in shared knowledge. And the way to get past that gap is just to ask questions and make sure you understand the answer. And if the answer is not clear, just keep on pressing until it is, because you can't really build a shared sort of dialect any other way. You have to share meaning. And yeah, it takes a while. And, I can understand why Doovid was a bit exhausted, because it's like, it's a taking a step back kind of thing to think about things on a more bird's eye view level. So that is the overall mission of the show. I mean, I don't feel like it's a soapbox for my theories, because my theories just they come up through the conversation. Something has to be explained. Boom, there's theory. I'm not feeling the urge to always talk about it, because anecdotes with no context are not very salient. We have to get to the point of acknowledging that what we're trying to do is communicate, and then, like Doovid says, get on the path of self-improvement to do that better. And we all have things that we kind of need to work on. Maybe Doovid will realize that there's a benefit to socializing in a way that he never considered before, that isn't actually degenerate. And ultimately, it's less stressful, right? Because if you're sitting there stressed out, I mean, that's not good for your health. So it's pretty important to live I don't want to say a stress-free life, because you're always kind of getting the potential for stress, because you're always being stimulated by your senses. So maybe you could say, good stimulus, good, stress, bad, and then well, how do we know the difference and how do we optimize that balance? But you have to start somewhere. And yeah, we've all sort of started somewhere axiomatically, and we haven't started at the same place. And now we're trying to reconcile that because it's just fun to talk to people who have well-developed ideas and personalities. And I know even though Doovid was a little bit cranky, that he loves it too, even if he won't admit it. But just for the record, I do think solitude is a virtue, but the amount of socializing one should do really depends on one's own individual tempers, individual personality. So but it's sort of a transcendent human need to have a connection, I would argue. What the nature of that connection is debatable. So yeah, here's for final clip of the show. I have JF possibly endorsing my Agraqua hypothesis, which was somewhat, I don't know. It's just too much at the beginning, it's too, at least JF wasn't so terrorized by it that he ran away like a child, like so many other people we might mention, but won't, out of classiness. So good on you, JF, for not being totally closed off to the possibility that I may have a point. So everyone else, thanks so much for joining, and we'll talk to you next Sunday, if not sooner. Bye-bye for now.
Wearing masks, so I suppose I'm good. Steve Stewart says the moon formed more recently than previously thought, around 4.425 billion years ago, and had a magma ocean 1,000 kilometers deep. There's this new study which I find very interesting. Not that I know about the detail or how they concluded this, but what I'm interested in is this adjustment of the moon age. Essentially, we are more and more finding that the moon age and the earth age is pretty much the same. They formed at the same time. There was an event of collision, and it resulted in both planet Earth and the moon. And I would add my own, which I've been adding for years now. For years I've been saying, based on some considerations in the revolutionary phenotype, look, I think that life, planet Earth, and the moon all happen at the same time. I'm not absolutely certain. I am confident that this is the case. Because when we date the last DNA-based ancestor, we say 3.7 billion years. That's the last DNA-based ancestor. There had to be a phenotypic revolution before that. There had to be replicator tango life forms. There had to be then an RNA life form. Then there had to be a tango protein RNA life form. And then there had to be a protein life form, maybe. That's a lot of phenotypic revolutions to happen in 0.7 billion years. Because there's not been a phenotypic revolution for the last 3.7 billion years. And so I'm very happy that it's tightening between the moon and the earth. Eventually, my prediction, mark my words, you're going to know I'm a good scientist when you see the news item coming out. My prediction is that the moon, planet Earth, and life all stemmed at the same moment around 4.4 billion years ago. Mark my word, that's a prediction. Trump administration pushing to block new move.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of.
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy and her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck no goddamn logic.
They control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walked through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by associating herself with a retard?